We are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the garden stream. And it has been raining pretty bad, but it's not raining at the moment. So we are glad to be here and streaming because, a lot of times things come out more frequently when it's raining. And there's something also people would consider fairy rings. And the fairy rings, which are these types of mushrooms that make a circle, that's something that people will see sometimes after it rains, and people think something has to do with cryptids. So it seems that even in rain times, that's when a lot of stuff likes to come out. Regular things, like nothing supernatural. So maybe supernatural things come out when the cryptids come out. Right? And that is the passageway we like to use, usually. The walkway is still there, even though it doesn't look like there's a walkway, but the plants are getting nice and big. Yeah, the when it rains, a lot of different scents happen. That is something that also occurs, usually from different things from within the earth that are doing it. So people would talk about maybe theories that so the fairy rings have to do with you know the idea that there's fairies that drop the seeds and make it into mushroom. Now, technically, the scientific explanation about that is that different funguses come out during the time when it rains, and sometimes they're in a certain circular format. That's nothing supernatural, but yeah, the conspiracy theory would be that they would have these fairies that would drop the seeds or whatever and call or do some sort of magic trick and cause them to be there. Yeah. So yeah, now this part right here is a little indentation where sometimes you'll have different critters like kind of like walk around through here. Cats and stuff like that. But that's what that part is, which I think looks pretty cool. So that is something about the fairy rings, by the way. Yeah. Which the fairy rings have to do with crop circles too. And the crop circles are these things during storms and things like that. You have these supernatural orbs that will come down allegedly and make these markings in the field. A lot of people think that crop circles are not true, which there are people that have allegedly hoaxed them before and made them up, and it's possible to do that. But people have done the hoaxing, but other times it seems like it wasn't from people, it was from something else from space. And there's been allegedly pictures and videos of these things like in farm fields through security cams, and it's like an orb that floats around, and the orb floats around a field And then when that occurs, after it floats around a field, it drops some different. Hey, Phil, good to see you. And you would think that it's some sort of flying saucer object, but these alleged things were not flying saucers, but orbs that kind of floated around the fields. Yeah. So with the technology they have, they're able to do things like that. So the point is that the fairy rings, where is a type of crop circle, or it falls in that category of crop circles, even if it really isn't a crop circle. And hey, Brig, great to see you. Yeah, so that is the crop circles. They have these different messages that they're trying to send people, certain types of subliminal messages that they want to send, and that's what they are. Whatever the entities are that are trying to send those out. Yeah. So some of the crop circles have to do with the original one was simply just like a donut looking thing, or an oval, more of an oval donut. And that thing, I believe it's absolutely crazy, because this person, this farmer, didn't want there to be any more of this, to cut the grass, and you would have the devil do it, and then the devil did it. After that occurred, he was that's when that happened, that like oval thing. And when the oval thing happened, that was known as the devil's crop circle. It's not called the devil's crop circle, but it's something like that. Yeah. So it started like something like that, like somebody walking back and forth. Because basically, what happened, it was in Hello Brig and Phil. It was a farm. Of a fire happened, and then that was put there. That sort of like, I guess, a king cake size looking crop circle. Right. Right. And speaking of cryptids, we have another one we'll mention. There's something called Stellar sea ape. It's a purported marine mammal observed by the German zoologist Steller on August 10, 1741, around the Shumangan Islands in Alaska. The animal was described as being around 1.5 meters, 5 feet long, with a dog like head, long dropping whiskers, and elongated but robust body with thick fur. And limbs and tail, and like with like a shark, with fin tails like a shark. and described as having a creature being playful, inquisitive like a monkey after observing. For 2 hours, he attempted to delete and collect the creature, but he missed the creature and it swam away. It was being long, fat, and thin towards the tail. So it's like a hybrid creature between like a fish and a monkey. That's what this cryptid would look like in Alaska. Now, Alaska has a lot of wild things over there. And it's basically like a frontier, and there's lots of missing people from that region. Right. He described the body as being long, fat, and thinning towards the tail, and 4 limbs, and reddish white belly. So he said, I described the trances of certain unknown animals upon the island of Shumagen and insert a sketch of the sea ape and he assigned the creature, which illustrated that the base of resemblance, strange behavior, rapid movements, and playfulness. However, man was first reported of by the biology of it. 1792 German naturalist Johann Julius Walbaum scientifically described the sea ape as a siren Cyanophala in 1800, resembling the what naturalists and the zoologists classified it as the manatee. So it was likely some sort of manatee that may have been being featured, but it doesn't. Maybe it was something else. Maybe it was this cryptid that was like a ape and a fish mixed together. And the species American um, mammologist and Joel Allen in 1882, with new species listed for seemingly no reason without description or justification. 1805 German naturalist Wilhelm no Van Tel noticed that Steller's sea ape very close resembles the northern fur seal. So some other people think it was a seal, and they observed the playful movements of the flipper. So those are like some like scientific explanations for it. That it could either have been a manatee or some sort of seal, but if we look at it through conspiracy theory lens, it was some sort of creature that was like a monkey and a sea creature like a shark or something mixed together. Sometimes I like to see the literal meanings of things, where I do believe that sometimes they mistake cryptids for something else, and the person didn't really make a mistake. It was just something he discovered before other people discovered. But something that I think is like he really the description is nothing to do with a seal or a manatee, because it's like a manatee would or the seal would just be kind of they wouldn't really look like that too much. They don't look like monkeys. They look like other types of animals. The manatee just looks like it looks like something different, but it's not like a monkey though. So that's what I would say with that one, that entity. It is very correct and very true, in my opinion. It probably was some sort of strange cryptid, but not denying it probably was one of the other animals that are more common in that region. Good morning, Jamie. Yeah, maybe a walrus. That's possible. Maybe it was a walrus. It could have been that. So a walrus could have been another option, and yeah, he was trying to decipher and figure out what it could be. But there's a possibility there's some sort of undiscovered animal or creature out there that I wouldn't know about. It was from Alaska. In Alaska, there's all kinds of undiscovered things over there. Okay, and all right, and a shout out to Jamie. Thanks for being here. And we have the Hello Lori loves Jesus. Mancy's are tropical. Okay. Yeah. Now it can be pretty hot sometimes, or kind of tropical weather in Alaska sometimes, but yeah, it's usually not known as a tropical place. And there is alleged accounts about this. So some other context about it. Creature purportedly stared the ship for 2 hours, according to Stellar, seemingly out of the admiration. It got close to the ship, and it could have been poked by a pole, but would swim farther out whenever the crew attempted to approach. He said it raised a third of its body out the water, maintaining a human-like posture, and several minutes after, half an hour, the creature dove under the water and swam underneath to the ship other side. They repeatedly for about 30 times. I don't think I've seen interviews about that, you know, and I'm not really too sure what it's about off the top of my head. Stellar started stated that when a large seaweed stalk about 5.5 meters, 3 to 4 fathoms long, floated by, the creature quickly swam toward it and grabbed it when its mouth, and creature swam closer to the ship. Poorly did a juggling trick and trained like a monkey, though eating pieces of now and again. Stellar's description of it, sea monkey, probably seemed to be behavior rather than actual resemblance of the monkey. Stellar attempted to collect animal so he could He took the firearm and fired at it, but missed, and he reported that the creature disappeared for a moment, but quickly came back frightened. And once again, gradually near the ship, Stellar fired again, but missed the only wound. Hello, Amy. Great to see you. And moment and quickly back and frightened, and the ship's Stellar fired again and missed, only wounded the creature, and swam, only it was not seen again. Oh, that's cool, Amy. That's cool. Jamie says the show is called The Soft White Underbelly. Anyway, that host guy who's been abducted thought you guys would dig YouTube. It's totally legit. Well, thank you. Lori, I am not looking for humans. I'm looking for aliens. Seeing if an alien or a cryptid pops out. That's what we're doing. Sometimes we see some interesting critters that come out and see us. And I also point the camera out here as a backdrop while we talk about different things. Yeah. There are other accounts of this sea ape sightings. June 1965, on the Ketch, Zhu Hong, sailors in Miles Seamton and his daughter Cilio and his friend Henry Combe reportedly saw a similar creature on the northern coast of the Atika Island. Reported the creatures are being able to be 1.5 meters, 5 feet long, and having 10 to 13 centimeters, 4 to 5 inches, reddish yellow fur and face resembling that of a dog breed, the Shih Tzu. Mr. Seamton details that 10 to 15 encounters of the book in Misty Islands, noting that Stellar's observation closely matched his own. Starr reported that the creature as being 2 eels long, 1.8 meters long combined length of arm, like an arm length, extended hand, purportedly had a dog-like head, pointed and erect ears, large eyes and whiskers as the upper and lower, resembling the Fu Manchu mustache. He described the body as being long, fat, and thinning toward the tail, and he said the creature had a thick fur coat, which was gray, on the back with reddish white and belly. He did not see any foreclimbs and protactral fins. Appeared to have 2 fins on the upper double, and the size of lower like a shark. Yeah, so that is the sea creature that was seen. Thank you very much, Lori. I'll look into it. There's something called the Dover Demon. Is a creature reportedly sighted on April 21 to 22, 1977, Dover, Massachusetts, a town 15 miles southwest of Boston. 17-year-old William Bill Bartlett claimed that while driving on April 21, 1977, he saw a creature about 4 feet tall with glowing orange eyes and no nose or mouth and a watermelon shaped head. Know that they broke the stone walls and farm in Dover, Massachusetts. 15-year-old John Baxter reportedly seeing similar creature on Miller Hill Road the same evening. Another 15-year-old Abby Braham Brabham claimed to have seen the creature that followed the knights on the Springdale Avenue. A baby Sasquatch. Yeah, that's a good question. It has to do with the language. You know, the I believe the way that the language of the name, like a lot of these places were named after indigenous native tribes, and they pronounce things differently from their language. And I don't really know exactly for certain if they're from the origins of the natives, but that's why, because they just in their language they pronounce things kind of differently. Like say we pronounce things, we have similar sounding words that sound different. So if it is not from the English, either if it is from English, it's because of the pronunciations, or because the way the language works. But it could be something with the natives, because that's a lot of stuff's named after their things. And of course, I'll give you the actual reason. Yeah, see, the Kansas is named after the Kansa tribe who inhabited the area. And Arkansas is based on the French pronunciation of Arkansas, of the uh, Quapaw people. So Arkansas is the French pronunciation of the word. Okay, baby sea squatch. Yes. Okay, I see what you're saying, and yeah, when I glance over the chat, my Timu glancing meter doesn't always pick up the words right when I glance at something for a second, but that was a clever thing to do, the C squatch. I see it now. And you're pointing out. But yeah, I definitely agree. It's a sea squatch rather than a Sasquatch. Yeah. Hello, Chris. A 17-year-old. We're talking about cryptids, Chris. 17-year-old William. Yeah, the spell check has been very wild lately. Very wicked indeed. Yeah. 17-year-old William claimed that while driving home in 77, he saw a creature about 4 feet tall with growing orange eyes and nose, mouth, and watermelon shaped head. On the top of the broken stone wall, Dover, Massachusetts, the 15-year-old saw reported a similar creature on Miller Hill Road on the evening. Another 15-year-old, Abby Braham, claimed that to have seen a creature following at night and the avenue. Teenagers drew a sketch on the alleged creature, and he wrote that I, Bill Barrett, saw this creature, according to local reports. Yeah, Chris, go for it. A news report about 2 miles sightings were made. Scared. Yeah. Were made public until half of May, and at the time, local investigation explained a phenomenon noted similar to creature the Kelly Hopkins encounter. Well, we're talking about a cryptid that's a sea monkey or a sea ape, and this other thing's just some kind of alien-looking creature. No, I usually don't use thermal sensors out there. This is the alien creature, the cryptid that the dude saw in 77. Yes, Howard, it was a Dover demon. That was a cryptid I was just mentioning. Hi, you remembered it on a show, okay. Yeah, and you die if you saw a horrible monster, yes. Scared. Yeah, Howard, I'm good. Thank you for the concern. Yeah, that's definitely important. I have no idea about the cryptid messages, but one I've heard about is most of the shopping mall where people mention a huge figure. I don't know if you heard of the news. Oh yeah, we have heard of that thing. Definitely. Okay, so at Miami Mall, there's people that allegedly were seeing a cryptid that was huge, about 10 feet tall. There's a couple different aliens, and they were walking around this mall, block. It was causing the people lots of psychological distress. And there were so many people from the police department that showed up. There's tons of police cars everywhere. No one really seemed to see these things, but yeah, that's what they apparently were. There were some aliens that came in through another dimension and started walking around, and people started panicking. Yeah, interdimensional creatures. There's good videos. So many cops. Yeah, yeah. They appear from another dimension and come in and out as they please. Chris said, but apparently they just walk away like nothing in plain sight. But one could say the figures out the situation. The people were in distress. I believe they're reptilian, maybe shadow people, or even demons. It's not clear. Yeah, there's something falling into that category, and however they appear. Because some people, there's a woman that was on an airplane one time, like a year or two ago, and she just couldn't, go continue to flight because the person was not a human. So yeah, there's some like these entities, demonic entities, etc., that can be there, and it's not really what people think it is. Yeah, they were big. They were like Nephilims. Hello, Carlos. Good to see you. Yeah, the effing reptilian. Yeah, yeah. All right. Chris says maybe their cloaking devices were malfunctioning. Yeah, a lot of times there's theories that their aliens are actively present, but they go and do these things to conceal their identity. When this happens, maybe their cloak of invisibility was failing and it glitched out in the Matrix. And they were able to bring it back in, once they were able to, bring it back in. Hello, Buck. Okay, and we're going to see some more. Hello, DA. I read the Republicans at first. I got back off the politics channel, I guess. Hello, Boston. Good to see you. And no one's talking politics at the moment, but yeah, so that's not going on here. Welcome, DA. Nice to have you here. And at the sometimes life we get lucky enough to witness something crazy, stuff like, oh, Dace, a Republican reptilian, whatever. Okay, okay. Oh, I see. You thought I said Republicans, and okay, I get what you mean. It's like the difference is okay. Yeah, I see. And because the word sounded familiar to you, yeah, I see. Okay, and yeah, and that's funny. So that is definitely a good point, Chris. And shout out to you, Da. Thanks for being here. And we see something that's extraordinary and crazy in this lifetime. Sometimes we can't really exactly explain with natural laws of physics. Sometimes life we could, lucky enough, we could see some crazy stuff for reptilians in plain sight, TV events or personal encounters. Yeah, and you have to watch out for the different, cryptids that will appear, or reptilians. They could appear out of nowhere, and they could be amongst us in plain sight. Yeah. Now, also, Chris said, Jamie? What would you do if you encounter 10-foot tall shadow bastards? Scared. Okay, chat. There's something called an Ogopogo. Oh yes, Da. That is funny. Yeah, recruiting him for the Celtics with the basketball team. Yeah. Oh, by the way, when I was in school, my teacher loved the Celts. Yeah, that was his favorite team. He liked that and the Duke basketball. Yeah, Space Jam. Yeah, definitely they should be recruited for Space Jam. Yeah. Right. So you see eyes. Scared. Right. And so yeah, the Ogopogo is another one. Oh, it's near you, Carlos. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's cool. It's hard the C Celtics, if I may correct. Oh, okay. You see, this is the thing about that, DA, is that there is the technical word for it is Celtic. I used to call them Celtics, but apparently, like when I was over in history class, they said Celtic. So I don't know. I mean, I believe I agree about the Celtic thing. That's what I thought, but it seems to be Celtic. But yeah, the Celtics also work too. DA says whatever the disclosure is that next month's congressional hearings, much will remain hidden. Oh yeah, DA, I completely agree with you that much will remain hidden, and we're not going to get exactly the full truth about the aliens and stuff like that. Because now there is things in UFO files that are interesting, and it's cool to have this being brought to light. Yeah, Celtic. I agree about it being Celtic. That's what I thought it was. The reason why I personally thought it was like Celtics, but then like when I was in school, they said Celtic, right? So then I changed it to Celtic. Yeah, so DA, I don't think that we're gonna really see the true stuff that needs to be released. I think they're gonna hide them. They're gonna hide the actual like real information. So, oh yeah, Amy, that's nice. Yeah. So with the different people out there, you know, have seen quite a bit of UFO activity, and they just said the files had some interesting things in it, but many people are very disappointed with the UFO files because they're not going to show us the real information, and they're going to hide stuff and conceal things, and we may never know the actual truth. Now, as I said, the UFO files do have things in them that are documenting UFO encounters. They're encountering UFO activity. Yeah, but it's very, very like vanilla. Now, apparently, they're going to release more and more stuff in the UFO files. You know, regardless what people think, they're going to show some groundbreaking information. Apparently, at some point, maybe. DA says, "I just wonder what agenda is behind the upcoming limited hangout. Maybe say, hey, we're revealing everything in 2026 in the future." Yeah. There is theories out there that they're gonna try to show us the UFO activity over time, eventually have disclosure when aliens themselves come out and they say, "Here we are." Yeah, because there are aliens. There's aliens, for instance, in the files that like people are saying, oh, they saw a UFO or they had some pictures of some craft. But apparently, there's gonna be over course of 2 weeks. There's going to be different drops of information. There's going to be dropping every 2 weeks more files, and they do talk about an underground world. There's a conspiracy theory that there's a civilization living under the earth, and it does talk about that in the files too, which was quite interesting. But yeah, nothing really too big to write home about. But I just think it's good to see an acknowledgement about it because it's been talked about for so many decades, and people didn't really take it seriously. So it is nice to have it get recognition. Yeah, because it. So there's like mixed feelings about it. In Canadian folklore, the Ogopogo is a mythical creature that's said to dwell in the Lake Simcoe, Ontario. The creature's name is questionably based on the Ogopogo of Lake Okanagan, British Columbia, and also the title of the 1952 book, The Pogo, a slogan often mentioned, and comic and other nicknames include Beaverton, Bessie, and Beaverton, Ontario, and Kenflin Kelly, after the bay that extends from Lake Ontario to Barrie, Ontario. Okay. Hello, Ruby. Good morning. Chris says it's a shape shifting creature, could infiltrate the world leadership, uncontrolled world society collapse from revelation itself, from realizing humans already act fake enough that nobody detected the difference between. I think it would depend. Some people would fall from both. Right. And let's see. Chris says if satellites captured a giant winged entities flying over the restricted military zones, will the footage ever reach the public before being buried under the weather balloon explanation? Oh, I mean, I think they would try to sweep it as quickly as possible in the balloon explanation. And I believe that giant wing entities have already been talked about before. Like, have been caught by them. And he says if satellites captured a giant winged entities flying over restricted military bases and before being buried under the because there's too many things that are seen as weather radar type things. Hello, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Like and subscribe. Thank you, Amy, for mentioning that. Appreciate it. Jane said that UFO thing his president dropped last week sucked. It was to get everyone to stop talking about Epstein. It didn't work. Yeah, I've heard about it being a distraction from the Epstein thing, and now I do think that the alien disclosure is important, and that people are talking about. Oh, good night, Lori. Thank you for hanging out with us. There was this alien activity that's been talked about for many decades, and they were supposed to release it and talk about it, but yeah, I don't see. I don't think that would have distracted people from the Epstein files. It certainly didn't work. I just think it's possible they were just going to release a couple of different things that had to do with aliens and Epstein, etc. And it was part of a transparency file dumping marathon. Not necessarily a distraction, but it could have been being used as a distraction, possibly. But certainly backfired. But I don't think that they even would think that would work. But it certainly, you know, I see comments everywhere. Like when we're trying to talk about like UFO disclosure, Jamie, I agree with you. It was nothing new to us, but people that are normies that don't know anything about aliens or UFOs, it was new to them. Some people never even heard of these aliens before. Some people thought it was all just conspiracy theories and never got into it. So I do understand your point, and nothing should be distracted from the Epstein files because I've done videos about it. I think it's very important, but I don't know if that was their intentions or not. But it certainly didn't work. Okay, and I also think eventually they were going to talk about the alien files at some point, but because they've been talking about it for decades, and they finally released transparency. Because remember, the government said for so long that aliens were not real. Okay, now these files are talking about aliens being real. Jamie, they released new videos about some oddly shaped UFOs and orbs. They released lots of documents that had to do from about the 40s to the 60s of people all over the world seeing flying. Okay, I'm back. So what they released was they talked about UFO files, about UFO sightings from the 40s to the 60s. They showed images of some things from Russia, or they thought was from Russia. They showed images of things from different UFO pictures. Now, some of the pictures are not significant. Some of the UFO pictures have to do with completely, like, for instance, of like a little dot on a screen. Others are like looks like a star. There's some things that we haven't really seen yet, but it's nothing really tuned to us. But remember, it's going to be like mild at first, and then over time, they may release more things that is going to be much more interesting, hypothetically. But we may really never know the truth or the real juicy stuff until, a long time from now, or maybe never. But remember, most people in the public do not know about aliens or look into them like we do. I believe this timeline is getting crazy by the minute. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Jamie, there definitely was awful footage that was released. One of them was interesting. It was like a star-looking thing, a UFO thing. It was like a very oddly shaped UFO. But the other ones, yeah, it was like a dot floating on a screen. And it wasn't really significant things that were released so far. and they're talking about people under the earth too, and some things with the Roswell crash. But it's like it's confirmation that there's something else out there besides us. They're trying to tell us, but it's not really that transparent, and it's not really a lot of information like what we would have liked. But maybe over time they'll release more things, but I don't really think so. It'll be anything too big. But like Japan and Russia are disclosing information about UFOs to their own, to the world also. Oh, Amy, they do have unreleased details from the Air Force, and I'm sure there's going to be much more that'll never be released to the public ever. So, yeah, I agree that they're still holding stuff from us. If aliens existed, the statement is no more of a theory. All right, Chris says if the governments tracked unexplained disappearances near ancient ruins and sacred forests. Thank you, Chris. And if garments are unexplained and disappearances near ancient ruins, sacred forest, how much data would need to accumulate before the myth officially became classified biology? It would depend on the transparency of the government. Scared. They may never release it. Now, naturally over time, just like say if it was done naturally, it would take about maybe a decade or so for them to do their checks and balances and their experimentation, and then they would release it. But with our tricky government, we may never really know a lot for certain because they may not tell us exactly the truth. Oh, hilarious, Amy. Yeah, yeah, but I think they should release everything and not hide anything else from the public. I think the public has a right to know. Good question, Chris. What are my thoughts on elves, leprechauns, and fairies? We, yeah, so basically what happened was in the those things are real. This is what I think they are. I think it's possible that they might be the watchers or some sort of entity like the demonic entities or their offspring somehow coming into our realm. That's number one. All right, like it's the same. They're shape shifting into different things over time. And okay, I can give you an explanation because sometimes I don't know if my theory about the fallen angel alien theory is has been exactly well received because I there's definitely a lot of information we cover. But so and also, Chris, I'm gonna answer your question over this course of time, and I have a couple different theories about what they are, and you'll get your answer. So what it occurred was with these aliens is that if they are fallen angels from another realm, they appeared to people in different things at different time periods. So maybe one time they appeared as leprechauns and fairies and stuff, and then they appeared as gods another time, and then this time they're appearing as aliens from another planet. So It might be the same entities just appearing as different things. All right. So the other theory is that they're all different offspring are somehow connected with these fallen entities. Oh, okay, Amy, understood. Okay, thank you for your feedback about him, and also you too, Jamie, as well. I appreciate it. Y'all have a right to say your your voices should be heard about the matter. Definitely. Right. Very well said indeed. Okay. So what happened was with these aliens, uh, the, s- the other theory is that fairies and leprechauns and other types of creatures like that are what we've talked here before about the types of jinn or what we would call in the West spirits or ghosts or things like that, mythological creatures. Maybe they're interdimensional beings, like maybe a fairy or a leprechaun and things like that are interdimensional beings, or they're entities that existed on this earth that have some sort of magical or other types of origin to them, and they kind of coexist with us. So that is another theory that they're either interdimensional or that they're from our realm and they have some sort of magical origin to them. But they definitely exist. Which is where hang because they talked about things being so-called myths. Yeah. See, brother went to Iraq and Afghanistan and wars alongside our soldiers, but this is gonna work. My brother came home never the same for dumb oil money war. Yeah, and there is lots of money in oil and lots of war. A lot of people benefit. The military-industrial complex benefits from wars that happen all over the place. So that is, an unfortunate thing. Just like with Vietnam had also to do with opium, and Afghanistan has opium too. So opium's another thing that they have over there. The empire fought China with the during the opium wars. If you remember, you and I weren't there, but our ancestors with like chat. I think that's a gecko or something. Whoa, it's pretty cool. Oh, hello, Debro. And so that is what you know. They had China. They wanted to sell them opium, and they got them all drugged out, all doped out. He said he had an old guy tell him not to go to the women's section of the mosque because female jinn try to have sex with humans. No joke. Scared. Okay, Amy says, "Why can't we just leave the Middle East and nations alone? They say there we live here." Now, I don't think I do think that some of the Middle Eastern countries probably would never have liked us ever, and I'm sure there would have been people over there that would have wanted to do us wrong regardless, you know, but if there could be less conflicts, that would be good. If there could be less conflicts in the world, that would be nice. And let's see. Chai says, nice to find pretty cool. It doesn't been right. Yeah, lizard people, exactly. Aliens turn cryptids. I mean, there are theories that the cryptids are from a lab experiment gone wrong. Like, say it was like a lab experiment and it escaped. That's a theory what a cryptid might be. Hello, Abi. Oh, hello, Saw. Welcome. Oh, that is great. J3 says can be part of that. Alien. Yes, yes, you are correct, J3. You're absolutely correct. That the alien DNA might be in the cryptids, or the cryptids are creations by them. Yes, very true. You know, because they did fool with human DNA. You know, there's human DNA, there is alien DNA inside those cryptids that made them what they are. And some cryptids are just, you know, different weird types of animals that we don't know about. Hello, Shepard. Yeah, Chris, that's a very good point. And what if cryptids like Bigfoot were actually failed experiments from Cold War genetic programs that escaped into remote wilderness decades ago? Yeah, I mean, if that was true, they it would make perfect sense because the Soviets, or maybe it's a combination of things. You know, the USSR was known to do their experiments on things just like the West was, and they did have space races and things like that. So when they had the space race, that's very certain, you know, that they would perhaps have experiments that escaped. Yeah. Oh, thank you, J3. If reality itself contains beings beyond human perception, but governments know that the human brain naturally rejects impossible truths, can disclosure ever truly happen? You know, they could do a disclosure, Chris, and people would still reject it. So that is a true statement that there could be a flaw within us as a human species that would cause that to be a thing. All right, Jeffrey, a shadow realm you go to. So yeah, so basically, Jamie, there's like Soviet experiments that happened, and the West did experiments too. And maybe their experiments escaped into remote areas. Okay, J3. I've seen UFOs, but not cryptids yet. But the cryptids people have heard that they sound like regular owls or deer, but it sounds weird and unnatural, like something faking something. So yeah, there are people that have seen the cryptids. So that was another good point. Yeah, that's the thing about seeing cryptids. I have seen so some people have seen the Wendigo before. So there's a dude that was hunting in the woods somewhere and up like in the mountains. Hello, Mar. Hello, Mace. Uh, no, it's Massitria. I may be pronouncing your name wrong with my two pronunciation skills, but Martricia, maybe. Welcome to the stream. All right, and that is what we do, and not discredit, but definitely helps calm the nerves. All right, let's see. I could be looking for aliens right now, possibly. Let's see. Yeah, Jamie's cool people. Yeah, so I suppose. Yeah, the Jeffrey person that was in the chat, I blocked them, so you don't have to be concerned. The Jeffrey person was blocked or was banned a little while ago. Let's see. So let's see. Yes, I already blocked the user. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. All right. Sometimes people just live in their cages, but them again, I don't go into the woods with firearm. I mean, thinking of a natural and sounds cool, but with crows. Yeah. So at the moment, now I've seen aliens before, but UFOs specifically, usually in the sky. Like I saw on the horizon J3 a long time ago. There was an incident where we were trying to have a convo where I was like outside and I saw this big thing, this a blue orb that was in the sky, and then it started going up farther, farther in the air, like on impossible speeds. And it was a blue orb. It had no blinking lights or anything on it. And I saw it, and I got scared, and I took a video of it. So yeah, that's my encounter with a UFO. I've seen it another time too. Oh yeah, Amy, I'm aware. My sister lived over there a couple of years ago, and she told me that they couldn't have firearms over there unless you're a farmer. Sometimes the prison itself is censorship. It's a limit of precaution itself. Yeah, it's all about censorship in the prison world. You know, for a prison planet in a way. Okay, Chris says if mythological creatures viewed humans primitive and dangerous, could their decision to remain hidden actually prove that they are intelligent? Oh yeah, that would be a way to prove. I mean, it wouldn't always prove they're more intelligent than humans, but they have a bit more advanced technology than humans. Okay, Amy, understood. Understood. Thank you, Ruby. Yeah, 16 likes and subscribe. Yeah. Oh, glad to have you here, Nan. Yeah. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Jamie, and it's important for people to have their right to defend themselves. Definitely. And let's see, yikes, a firm believer that law-abiding citizens with firearms prevent criminals from using firearms in a manner of violence. Yeah, that is very true because the criminals are going to get the firearms no matter what. No matter what you do, I do want to acknowledge that there are school shootings and uh, different types of things that happen that people uh, have bad experiences with, but still, the criminals are going to get them anyway. And a lot of times, like for instance, like they say, like Japan doesn't have shootings and stuff, right? But it doesn't really matter because their culture is very different than ours. If you banned it here, people would still. There's billions of firearms all over the U.S. everywhere. Okay, it's all over the place. So when you have that problem happen, you the law-abiding citizens will be defenseless against a crook that are crooks that have them. So we have to defend ourselves. Second Amendment has nothing to do with criminals. It's to protect from our government. Yeah, it depends how it's interpreted. It does have to do with the right to bear arms to defend against the government, but it doesn't necessarily say it doesn't have to do with self-defense with other things too. Like, I don't think it specifically says you can't have it for other reasons, in my opinion. But that is also a good point. And Chris says a mythological creature could predict disasters, but only appear during catastrophic events. With government see it as a savior threatening disaster indirectly. Oh, they might use it as a mist of chaos as opportunity for them. That I think it would be split. I think that they would, see it as a threat that was causing it indirectly. Others might see it as a savior. Let's see. Amy says, anyways, the Aussies Christian people don't take the firearms to family weekend beach picnic with your kids. Yeah, and that's good, Amy. That the regular people don't do stuff like that, and I'm glad that they are, like regular law-abiding citizens and all is are going to do the right thing. Yeah. See, Nan says England doesn't have guns, but they have stabbing deaths are staggering. Oh yeah, absolutely. And when they have stabbing deaths, you know, yeah, knife attacks are happening all over the place in England. It's really bad. You know, they don't have the firearm issue, but they have knives. I mean, people could use another type of weapon if they don't have a firearm. So, people that are going to do some crazy stuff are going to do it anyway. Yeah. Amy says that's because immigration and a lot of people people are born with machetes. Okay, Amy, thank you for explaining that. Appreciate it. And same thing with Melbourne. My sister used to live there, by the way. And Jamie said, Amy, if someone had brought the firearm beach, that they could have shot the MAGA. Yeah, that is something messed up where like people could be able to defend themselves if they had that on them. Hypothetically, yeah. But I tell you, law-abiding citizens would be rendered defenseless. Right. Chris says when the government orders the soldiers to delete legally during war, murder is immoral. Peace does morality change with uniforms or flags? Scared. Chris, this is a lot of times where people will get the PTSD because the soldiers go through these wars and they delete it. They had to save themselves and their own people. They had to delete men, women, and children, and it just depends on the circumstances. I mean, and what the war has to do with. Sometimes people get so into these different conflicts that they wonder what they're really fighting for. So it's not even about the action itself, but what's the reason. If they figure out that it had to do with oil or protecting a foreign country in the Middle East somewhere that was not the United States, it may make them feel betrayed. So it's a good question. I mean, it depends on the circumstances. Oh yes, Nan, absolutely. Hit the like button, subscribe. Thank you, thank you, Nan, very much. Uh, when a Amy says we swim and eat, drink. Oh, that's good, Amy, and that is the point of what you're supposed to be doing out there on a beach. People aren't supposed to be doing things that are anything else but just being on the beach and doing regular things and not shooting people. People that want to do that kind of thing are really losing their, minds with that. Thank you for explaining. Right. Oh, it's okay, Amy. Yeah, I understand you're real passionate about what you mean, but yeah, yeah, I appreciate you acknowledging about that. Yeah, but it's definitely a situation that is stressful. Right. Oh yeah, yes, Amy, understood, understood. And y'all are very tough people, you know, on the rugged lands. Yeah, and also thank you, mods. I appreciate you very much. And Jamie says, yeah, they have the false flags operations. So with the false flag operations, it's a problem where they'll, for instance, JFK, like I was talking about last night, like they'll say like JFK wanted to, they wanted him to stage a fake Cuban attack to justify a war with Cuba, and he refused to do it. JFK. So the CIA has a history of having false flag events to try to cause an issue. And they do it for money, control, etc. So yeah, beware the smoke and mirrors. Yeah. Or says if hiding refugees from persecution breaks the law but saves innocence, who becomes a criminal, the protector or the system? Now, yeah, now if there are people that are trying to do things that are like, like for instance, there's lots of fentanyl coming into the U.S. and that are doing things like selling fentanyl or harming people. That is not good. Another point of view is that if you have, say children, they're now people could come here and have a better life. That is good, and I understand they want that. Now, if you have people that came here correctly, it may not be. They would feel wrong that they went through all these different hoops to be here the correct way, and someone else could just come in here automatically. And then you don't know who's who. Like, who's gonna do something, who's our friend and who isn't. You could, like, those different groups in the Middle East or wherever can send people, or anywhere in the world really, can send people through there through like a back door. You don't know who's coming through. So it just depends. I mean, this image of like a child and a mother that did nothing wrong, or a guy that wants to work and do the right thing in his life. There are people like that, but there's other people that are not good too. So we want to make sure it's a safe, just place for all people. But we want everybody to be okay and safe, including them, especially people that want to come here and live a better life. That's what the country's for. So it's certainly a a very tricky situation that may not exactly be viewed through a black and white lens, in my opinion. If lying under oath is illegal, but lying to protect family members from tyranny feels morals, is truth always ethical? Chris, it depends on the circumstances. It would depend on the circumstances. Oh, that's good, AI. You're at the secret alien base in Antarctica because you see, we were talking about that base for a while, and I'm sure there's some UFO froze in the ice that you see at the moment that they come from underground, etc. Yeah, right. Yes, Amy. They call everybody, everything is racist or a Nazi, and when the term is used so much. Oh, Nan's talking about the USA, right? When it's used so many times, a certain word, like say someone's a Nazi or I know I just said the word. I was probably, I could have said it a different way, but let's just say a someone from the Reich or somebody from a racist or whatever. When you use the word so much, the word loses its meaning. It's kind of like the boy that cried wolf. So when something actually happens of racism or whatever, people are not going to care as much or it won't be as important. So yeah, it's definitely aiming a weapon by them to call everybody that. And it doesn't mean if you have conservative or right wing views doesn't make you a Nazi or whatever. It doesn't. Uh, Now there are Nazis out there. There are racists out there, whatever. But it doesn't. Somebody has a view or whatever doesn't mean make them into racist, and it doesn't mean everyone on the left is a communist or a socialist or whatever. So it could be flipped back on them too. They could be Nazis too or racists too. I mean, a lot of those ideologies came from their end of the lane. Just it's because I remember, Amy. A lot of times it's the other way around. Like they're the ones that had the origins of those ideologies, not the other side. That's something to remember because a lot of ideologies from Germany were leftists. Doesn't mean all leftists are like that, but they like to flip the script on everyone else, though. Jamie, I'm sure there are people that believe in those ideologies that exist now, but the people from World War II, most likely not, are not really alive anymore or very old. Now, remember, if someone criticizes Israel or something, doesn't make them into a Nazi necessarily. Just for those that were concerned, yeah, just there are people that can be critical of something like that. Doesn't make them a Nazi even. So, in my opinion, so many Jewish people are against that state. If people were against the state of Israel, so yeah, it's a complicated thing. But as I said, just I'm saying that as like a hypothetical. I'm sure there are people that believe those ideologies that are out there now, but the original people are not there anymore. Scared. Yeah, thank you, Nan, for doing that. And yeah, so a lot of times, Jamie, the people that are fascists themselves are the ones that call people, say this person's a Nazi, that person's a Nazi, whatever, Uh, that's what they do a lot of times because they themselves are practicing a fascist type of ideology by what they're doing. So it certainly would be a manipulation by them, that are using the terms. Yeah, exactly. Right, Jamie. And yeah, skinheads. Yeah, skinheads. Now remember, the real Reich would not have liked the skinheads or those types of people now. They just for the record, the Reich, they wouldn't have liked the modern uh, ones that they're around now. No, they basically are very different. Like the Reich, their people, the original ones, were very dressed differently and had different types of ways of doing things. These other people would be seemed as undesirable by him, by the Reich. Yeah, very good point, chat. Exactly, Jamie. Very true. Because the their side is filled like George Soros. He was actually one of them. He was from. He worked at a concentration camp actually. So yeah, remember the anti-fascists are the real fascists. or the Nazis, whatever. That's really them. They're very aligned, in my opinion, with them more so than the other group. It doesn't mean everyone on that side is one. Okay, it doesn't mean they are one. Okay, but because there's lots of people that are on the other side that are fine people, but I'm kind of saying what Trump said about fine people on both sides. But I'm saying is that the ones that are calling themselves, they're accusing others what they're guilty of, basically. I'm not the left or the right, but I'm tense about lean toward the right because I want to stand up for future generations. And if destroying evidence can be immoral, but leaking classified evidence can save lives, does that protect nations, protect embarrassment? I think it protects embarrassment predominantly, but it can protect a nation too, depending on what the intentions are. It says when protesting injustice becomes illegal, does obedience from a moral surrender? Oh, Chris, I believe everyone has a right to protest, but there's a right way and a wrong way to protest. I think people that are standing in the streets, that are when people are trying to go home from work, people that are rioting and looting and standing outside a building and screaming, chants for 4 hours or 10 hours straight, it may not be the best way to effectively protest the message. Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, they were able to get their civil rights obligations done, and also they had women in the past that want to have the right to vote, and they did it the way they did it and they got their rights eventually. But this other way, they're actually hindering it. So I believe that people have a right to protest anything they want. It's a right to do that, but to do it correctly and not incorrectly. Yeah. And oh, hello, Shepard. Welcome to the stream. And Chris says, does obedience mean moral surrender? It depends on the situation. I mean, the Japanese kamikazes had obedience, and they did moral surrender, and they're actually dishonorable to their people by what they did, and they brought death and destruction upon themselves. But then again, if somebody has moral obedience, yes, his speech, yeah, yeah, and there is moral obedience if it's a good cause, like say the founding fathers had moral obedience to their brethren and their ideology to themselves. Now they had disobedience to the crown, but they had moral obedience to themselves in their own country, in their own cause. So that was a good thing. They had moral obedience to their ideas of patriotism and liberty, and to be free of the empire, and to be an independent country. So that is true. That it depends on the circumstances, but a lot of times obedience can be wrong, or it could be a good thing. It depends. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, exactly. Infab. Yes. Yeah. Chris says laws can preserve injustice when power fears disruption. Civil rights movements exist largely because legality and morality did not align. Right. Yeah. There was a misalignment. Alignment. And you see other countries, like what Martin Luther King said in his last speech, how he would understand in China and Russia they wouldn't have basic human rights, but over here they would have, they should have basic human rights here, to protest or whatever you want to need to do. And over these other countries like North Korea and China, maybe Russia to an extent, not as much as before, they are, not going to have their people protest or do something where they could have more rights or whatever. So we want our country to not become like China and Russia, or you know some sort of dictatorship of some kind. So we want to keep America to be free. So we have an opportunity for people to protest if there's a misalignment. Florida State publicly that they will not stop roadway protesters in events of emergency. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Oh yeah, Jamie, and people should right to vent about what they believe and have a place to talk about their opinions. I think it's fine. Yeah, we live in a scary world, Chris. Scary world indeed. North Korea is creepy. I mean, they have some creepy music they play in the morning time. All right, I am back, chat. Here I am. Oh, you're welcome, Jamie. Glad that you had a good time with on the spaceship. You have a great day too. Chris says if civil disobedience breaks laws to achieve justice, would historical heroes be considered criminals before becoming symbols? Yeah, definitely. Oh, that happens a lot of times. I mean, revolutionaries, etc., were seen as enemies of the state, but once they become the status quo of the state, they are able to, be seen in a different light than they were before. Chris said many figures later, celebrated for justice were condemned the legal systems of their time. Custom says North Korea, you are required to have a picture of Kim and has to be placed as high as possible of the house so they do random door checks. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, and they basically, the communists were trying to stop religion and all these different things. They thought it was not good for society, but you know, they basically became the thing that they claimed to try to stop. When morality differs across cultures and laws differ across nations, is just universal or just allowed as civilization writing rules for everyone else? It's a good question. A lot of time we would in a hypothetical situation on paper, you would want the nation to be justice or universal for its citizens, but a lot of times it either becomes later or it always intended to be rules for everyone else. Uh, Whoever had the loudest voice. Oh yeah, I definitely agree. Yes, I do agree that, obeying the law is what must be done. Yeah. Right. I believe society needs to have rules and things like that to have a stable society that works. Because if you don't have that, then society will just be ruled by voices of dissent, and it'll be like a no man's land. Oh yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree, Nan. And Chris says, "Do you ever watch the auto history about the visitors from North Korea and the cameras catch him move propaganda poster for Supreme Leader Hotel?" Yeah, that was a big mistake. Yeah, I remember when that happened in 2016. It wasn't 2016. I don't know when it was, but whenever it was, this dude called Otto, who was this dude that was from North. He was in North Korea, and he did something with a propaganda poster, and they went and made a public humiliation out of him, and they sent him to a gulag, and he came back like nearly half dead. Nana, I definitely agree. Compared to other countries, we have more rights and freedoms. Absolutely. I agree, customs. North Korea is a joke, like, of a country. Can modifying laws that benefit just certain groups of people be considered fair? I mean, it would be disputable about if those laws really are benefiting other people or not. And favoritism or whatever would be something you would want a place where it's fair and just for all people, and to not make it into an oligarchy because it can get corrupted later. Mexico is another. I did civilian work in Mexico, and city had armed guards with me. Oh yeah, Mexico definitely has issues. Yeah, yeah, that's why we can't be reunited. Right, and customs at Mexico says even if you have as much as a joint, they will throw you in jail. Mexico jail is legit dirt floor. Oh, Mexico jail, I'm sure, is like basically a horrid indeed. The human rights over there is not really a thing. Well, we got to remember what is harmful speech and what isn't. You see, Chris, and it's a very good point. But when we have hateful ideas with quotations in the air, what are hateful ideas exactly? Because once you label something as hateful ideas, everything becomes hateful ideas, and whoever is the party in charge decides what is hateful, what isn't hateful. Then you get freedom of speech permanently lost forever. You want people to be protected from hateful speech, hypothetically, but if you protect people from hateful speech, it may not really be hateful speech at all. Then you have this, place where everything's being censored, no freedom of speech is really there. So that is the elephant in the room. That, like, what is truth? Like what Pilate said. So if we don't censor any of the speech, all speech is free and protected at the same time. Custom says, if you ever visit a tourist place in Mexico, don't leave the resort. Yeah, I agree. I've been told that before. Oh yeah, North Korean gulag camps are cousins of the Mexican prisons. All I think North Korea takes the cake. I mean, they like torment people and stuff in there. They're pretty crazy. Scared. Yeah, Nan wasn't comparing anything, but I'm going to compare them. But yeah, I'd say that they're both cousins, but North Korea may be even worse. Yeah, the Mexican prisons are definitely awful. I mean, there's so many people there that like they don't like on a regular basis don't value human rights or have basic sanitation. That's where the E. coli comes from and all that different diseases. So the prisons are probably even worse. Hello, Ruby. Good to see you. A public speaker spreads hateful propaganda against minority groups during rallies. The government is allowed to under free speech laws because banning speech risks giving the state power to silence any unpopular opinion later. Months later, attacks against the minority increases because rhetoric is normalized hostility. Yes, exactly. Very true. It has to be a fair playing field for all people. Yeah. Scared. Scared. Birds are out. Nice in the morning. Oh, Amy, scared. Oh, an Indian jail has to be really bad. It'd be a telemarketer type situation, because India, they have some, not all people in India are bad, but they have some bandits there that like just rob people for no reason. And it's not really clean in parts of it. I mean, there's temples and stuff there and people seek spiritual enlightenment and have a good time there. And it seems to have some nice nature. But there's other parts of it that are not as clean. So yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, scared. Hello, Mace. Good to see you. Hello, Rose. Yeah, hygiene and plumbing. Yeah, is definitely not up to date with the how we are here. We are doing fine. Um, having interesting discussions. Hope you're doing well, Mace. Yeah, I hear the mockingbirds. That's pretty cool. And yeah, shout out the Rose as well. Very cool. Yes, all jails are bad. We were just speculating hypothetically, like different countries probably have it worse than others. Yeah, I mean it's probably even less sanitary in other places. Like some places might just be like a dirt floor and a metal cage or something. Yeah, but all jails are bad. Oh, Amy, that's wild. Wow, definitely. Scared. And with let's see, Chris said, Vitality, the famous. Oh, that's good, Mace. I'm glad that it's going good over there. Chris says Vitality, famous prankster, was Philippines in jail for 8 months for messing around with locals, thinking they still was U.S. Asian laws are not playing around. Yes, there is. I think the prankster was not really the greatest person, but that was something I thought was, you know, yeah, they don't play over there. Those Asian laws. Yeah. Yeah, the autocorrect is evil, Amy. Yeah. Okay, so tonight we're talking about. We saw a few things, but not much. We saw a few aliens. Yeah, Mace. I think anybody like the Philippines and those different countries are very nice people. And by the way, the Philippines have some very beautiful land there. I think that it's wrong for people to go over there and hurt the people in that region. I definitely think it's wrong to do those pranks because over here they just have they're just trying to get views and attention and stuff, and it doesn't really work. So Rose, we were talking about cryptids earlier and their origins, which was a nice discussion we had. Oh yeah, and thank you for letting me know. And I did. Thank you, Rose. I'm glad that check that out because it's important to. I think it's important for people that are talking about those things that we are talking about last night to be to continue that. So I'm glad that you told me about it. Let's see. So yeah, we talked about that. We talked about cryptids and some reptilians and stuff. Yes, Rose, he is a reptilian. That's true. Vitality did this time in jail and did some dumb pranks, and Philippines authorities made an example of him. My cousin went to Philippines and brought a drone as well and the beach and tried to fly and nearly got arrested by the police paranoid over there. Oh wow. Ah, okay, Mace. Understood. Thank you for your take on that. Chris says if aliens offered humanity ultimate energy in exchange for complete surveillance, Earth, would freedom still matter? Yeah, the freedom. You see, that's the thing. Would our freedoms be lost, our liberties, etc.? That's something that we would have a problem with. Because if aliens gave us a bunch of things, and we would be completely controlled by them. Yeah, yeah, and UK is Aussie family, and unfortunately, our government and country is becoming damsel. Yeah, yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah, I it's very important for like there a lot of times where the reptilians, according to the theory, is that they're very spiritual, like a spiritual thing that is absorbing human suffering on the earth. If aliens invaded the earth, peaceful but humans attacked the first out of fear, who would history be a real aggressor? I mean, Earth, our turf is Earth. So if there's something coming in, even if it's peaceful, we have to. If they chose to attack it, it's not bad because it's our own planet. It's like if someone comes and breaks in your house peacefully, you know, people might not like that too much. Although, yes, the aggressor is the person coming into the planet in the first place. Yeah, definitely, Rose. Maybe aliens look at humans like we look at ants in nest. Yeah, yeah. Maybe they see us similar to an ant's nest and have that type of mentality about us. That's true. Okay, that's the sky. Let's see. Show you some more. Scared. All right, and these are the clouds. Scared. And the daytime's coming in. If alien civilization are millions of years older than humans, could Earth simply be considered a protected wildlife? Maybe so. Maybe so. Earth may be and would be considered protected wildlife, possibly. Yeah. Chris says humans may imagine themselves featuring galactic rulers while advanced species treat Earth like an underdeveloped natural reserve, while the aggressive primates occasionally invent social media and missiles. I know it's like we're secret, like working for our own destruction. Yeah. Right. Oh, you like pie? Yeah. Oh, that's delicious, Rose. That's delicious. This is a fig tree. For those that may not know, Funk says maybe aliens living underground are protected wildlife, and we're just food for them. Now, I do believe aliens are underground. I do believe that. But also at the same time, we could be food for them, or maybe they are absorbing our negative energies. That's possible too. Tell me how many people in the world disappear without a trace. Oh, millions of people disappear everywhere, all the time, and it's very messed up. There's all kinds of missing people reports all over the place. All over the world, all over the country, there's people going missing all the time, and it's very messed up indeed. See, I'm still here. Okay, Chris said, I recently did watch a documentary about how many thousands of people are missing around the world. It's scary. Scared. Oh, I think it's extremely frightening. definitely a need. So many souls are lost or unknown. Yeah. More than 150,000 approximately disappearing every day. I know. When you think of those numbers are pretty big. It's almost like a genocide. One of my friends was kidnapped by a stalker, but she's okay. She was able to get out of it, because the police caught the guy. But yeah, it can happen to anybody, people you know. So it's a very especially when it's someone you know, it's very disturbing when someone goes missing. Now, Chris says not even a clue where they're going. Like if someone took it from the face of the earth. Yeah. If aliens could clone humans perfectly, what would define the real person? Oh, the person that would it depends. I would say that the artificial human could lack basic emotions like love and basic things that made us who we are, where the human that they make might be AI created. It would not be the same. It could be, but it may not necessarily be the same. Although humans are capable of doing evil, their thing may not be considered really that great, as well. Yeah, compassion. Hello, Polly. Uh, and Funk says, I think a lot of organ harvesting. Yes, Funk, I do think the organ harvesting is happening quite frequently. I know you're talking about people that are never recovered. And I want to be clear that you are talking about people that are never recovered, and that's what I'm specifically talking about too. I'm saying that when people are kidnapped, it's certainly a traumatic thing for everybody, the family, the people that know them, and a lot of people don't make it back. And there's so many people that are disappearing. Where they go? Also, the suggestion about organ harvesting could be a thing as well. Yes, reptile people and Men in Black. Yeah. So organ harvesting is something that's even a plague to China, and they do it a lot in China and North Korea. And there was someone that I knew, also in America too. I knew somebody that was in South Korea, and he said that over there in South Korea, they will a lot of times try to get people to be lured by women across the border and then use them for organ harvesting. If any race mastered immortality but lost the ability to feel emotion, would humans actually be richer being despite shorter lives? Yeah, humans would be way richer because you could have a gold or silver coin that quickly gets lost or spent, and you could have a piece of Timu plastic like that right there for forever and ever that will last for thousands of years, but the gold and silver are more valuable. Yeah, greed is a deadly sin. Absolutely. Yeah, thanks, Chris. And Chris, you had very great philosophical discussions also. Well, on your just value has to be measured, you know, the way in long term goals, but also quantity is more important, and the quality is the most important of all. If quality of something is more important than quantity, you could have a bunch of gray alien drones that feel nothing, and one human that did one little thing that made a ripple effect across the universe forever. Oh, thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. You should be an Earth ambassador when the aliens come to talk diplomacy. Yes, absolutely. I appreciate that, and yep, I definitely would be that indeed. And we have the birds tweeting. Very cool. See, and one of the biggest NASA scientists gone because marvelous work, and now different agencies trying from what other countries doing. It's like on YouTube from a source, etc. Chris says if a machine predicts every decision you would ever make, and you deliberately act against it, you are rebellion already is part of a prediction. It depends. I would say that the rebellion probably would be part of the prediction if it's programmed to detect rebellions, or depending how it gathers that information. Because you could have something in it where it wasn't programmed to detect rebellion, or it may know rebellion and not know what to do with it. It could detect all the information and not accurately do the right thing with the information. There's certainly loopholes in that could be extracted. But if it could predict anything and everything, and you could deliberately act against it, it would certainly depend on that, right? And Chris says, how can you win against a Terminator in real life? Well, it would depend because there is certain forces that would, you know, certainly the way to defeat the Terminator would be by outwitting it and having complete perseverance of not giving up. For instance, it might have advanced skeletal armor and maybe liquid metal. Yeah. So if there's some sort of a loophole in the way it's designed, and to exploit that, that would be good. And also wit and perseverance and knowing its flaws would eventually bring its own downfall because it's programmed to keep going and it's invincible, but it cannot predict that the human spirit was unbreakable. Hello, BM. And Polly says NASA scientists got assassinated. There's video of one of the heat ray by different countries. 7 scientists climb in different countries. Okay, the scientists being deleted. Either the scientists or scientists that they know things about antimatter. I mean, anti-gravity technology that is causing people because they would call it common apps. So they're concealed the secret information that they have. Right. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. And BM says he's weird. And I don't think you're not necessarily weird, BM. You just have to get different hobbies and stuff. If you have a strange voice, my voice makes the ladies melt. I mean, your voice is a soy voice, and that's okay. But, as I said, it's like, you just is something you have to work on. And Chris says, if alien species had never lied, could they even understand truth? They would have to know that. That's a very, very good question. If they were programmed, they would not really understand truth ever. If they never knew a lie. If they knew what it was and they just never did it themselves is one thing. But they may not know it if they never experienced it themselves, unless they were programmed or knew about it but just never did it. It would depend if they were told something they never did or they just never experienced it themselves, so they don't know it exists. Right. All right. So. All right. So. Yeah. Very interesting questions indeed. Truth may only exist because deception exists. And Chris, I think there's no light without dark. You have to have a balance of both. It's essential to have both mechanisms that are involved. And, we have to have a yin and a yang, a balance. And by having balance, you can only have the truth of life. And back to yin and a yang, because a lot of times people need a yin and a yang to achieve the truth. That's why when bad things happen, it's a good thing because the bad things make you stronger. and it was just part of the circle of life. Uh, Polynesian says different types of UFOs like Grays. One incident was Las Vegas Hispanic family, and cops seen that the other day. Yeah, that is true. When you have different, you know, those. I remember when I covered that family when it happened, and when the family had a problem with seeing this UFO sighting, and they were scared, they went out and were able to talk about it. They were able to talk about it, and they reported to the police. And the police, we still have not heard really about what they really saw or didn't see. But yeah, apparently they saw a alien. Yeah. If aliens observe humanity without interfering because intervention would alter natural evolution, is it non-intervention still a form of an intervention? Intervention, right? And yes, Angel, it's a fig tree. Yeah, in a way, it is because not interfering was a form of intervention to allow humans to expand and do what they were going to do. I think newborns are prime examples. Their third eye is open until they're influenced by adults. And protection is different from instinct. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I agree. Oh, thank you, Chris. I appreciate it for the feedback, and also very glad to hear your philosophical questions. They're very good for the show. Oh yeah, Angel. I know. After many decades of saying they weren't real, they've released the files. Although some people don't think they're as exciting as they could be. There may be more being released over time, but yeah, the definitely there's documented case of UFOs, of extraterrestrials, of they're talking about. You have pictures of various things. There's an alien's body that was seen too. Yeah, you could grow a fig tree either by seed or if you have a. I don't know where you're at exactly, but if there's a place where somehow you could get a mini fig tree and plant it, you could do that too. And water it, but it does good in tropical or I don't know how it does in a desert, but it probably does well in the desert because it came from the Middle East originally, probably. So yeah, it'll probably grow where you are. I would think. I could look into it though. But yeah, that's how basically you would grow it. You would just put it in the ground and water it, and you can either get a plant that's already there or get a seed. But a seed would take a long time. So if you got one that's already started up, that would be good. Oh, in Sydney, yeah, yeah. If there's like a garden store of some kind where they sell them, that definitely be good for you to get. Thank you, and shout out to Sydney. And Chris says, if the universe eventually ends and achievements disappear forever, does meaning come from permanence or from experience itself? It comes from the experience. Going back isn't guaranteed, but passing down is certain. And if no one ever knew we existed 1,000 years from now, the experience that we had sent a ripple effect across the universe. And also, Amy, you could order one online probably too. Now, the urban core of Sydney, the if I don't know if it's by you, but the Sydney Olympic Park has 4 species of fig trees. I don't know if that's by you or not. My pleasure, Amy. All right, Chris says temporary things may matter precisely because they end humanity's spend centuries trying to escape impedance while making art, love, and memories that only feel precious because they vanish. Very well said. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, they have 4 different variations of it. And Amy said memories and heritage are passed down through generations. Oh, facts. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and people live within memories after they pass. Right. Yeah, people live within our memories as they pass. Yes. Yes, I agree. Hello, Zumi. How long you can pick the fruit from your day tree? Yeah, it takes about, I'd say, a month or so for them to ripen before they're picked. I don't really exactly remember the exact times. I don't think about the time exactly, but that's usually what it is. I don't always pay attention to it, but yeah, I'd say about month or a few weeks or so. Yeah. Humans may possess free will inside invisible boundaries, but people defend inherited based on boundaries. Most people defend them inherited and independent thought, while repeating patterns in older generations. That is true, Zumi. That is very true. Let's see. Do you know if you sing to them, they will grow? They will grow. Yes. Well, I've heard about. Oh, good morning. Good morning, comedy. Chris says if infinite parallel realities exist, even unavoidable because now with these figs. So Amy, with the figs, you can eat them right off the tree. Yeah. And Zumi says, yes. And when girls sung her pumpkin, it was the biggest pumpkin in town ever grown. If we have free will, it means we can live non-deterministic universe, which would render our free will choice potentially meaningless. Yes, fig with butter. Yes. Let's see. Yeah, and yeah, I grow pumpkins by the way, over in the other yard. Yeah, and now palm dates can be eaten when they're ripe, but of course, off the tree. But of course, people would use their own, research before doing that first. Of course. Yeah, we have free will within our government rules. Right. We can't just go and do messed up things to people, etc. Yeah, that's a crow. Yeah. So yeah, we have free will, but with great power comes great responsibility. Yes, absolutely. Thanks for hitting the like button, comedy. Yeah, and shout out to Saw Girl for the pin message. For the reminding people to hit the like and subscribe. Also, yeah. So with the hello, boss. Happy Fly Day, friend alien, and Fly Day Friday alien. Have a bombastic Memorial Day weekend. Oh, you too, boss. Thank you for uh coming by. Yeah. Let's see, Chris says if UFOs are observing humanity without interfering, does that suggest humans already failed some cosmic test? The test is still happening. Now, the test is probably still happening. Well, we wouldn't really know for certain 100%. Boss says, "Good morning, chat. Happy Fly Day, guys. Have a wonderful Memorial Day weekend with family and friends." Because a lot of times people believe that the aliens, extraterrestrials, are these entities that are here to like test us and to observe us like a scientific experiment. All right. So yeah, and that is the thing with the aliens and their different expeditions that they do, and many people have all kinds of different experiences with them. Some people believe that they've been experimented on by the aliens, and other people believe that they were they witnessed the aliens do experiments on others. All right, and Chris says if aliens can manipulate gravity and time, would humans' ideas of freedom even matter to them? Well, they wouldn't even care about the human ideas of freedom. Like they're so out of touch with our reality. We are just like ants are microscopic organisms to them. Yeah, like whatever we have. they sacrificed or did or don't want or the humanity that we have so they can have the type of technology they do. Yeah. Chris says a species capable of seeing timelines differently may view human decisions as probabilities rather than a fixed choice. Free will could appear more statistical than absolute. They would say it as statistical, but then again, an unpredictable statistics because a human's free will could really do anything, and there's some other factors that will do things that don't make any sense. So if they're going by analytical calculations, sometimes the analytical calculations may not be 100% as predictable, but it would be analytical nonetheless. Right, right. It's like when I watch trials and when we see a jury, the jury can be unpredictable, like what a jury's going to think. So that's another factor that you never know what humans will do. There's a mockingbird. He's dropping his tunes. Chris says if the governments possess high UFO technology but conceal to maintain global stability, is secrecy protecting humans or controlling it? Well, in a way, it could be protection in a way, but it's also control. So the humans are absolutely being protected, but it's done by control, and the whole thing is control because, and then by controlling becomes more important than protecting. And then who you're really protecting anybody from. So yes, you might have some stability for a time, but the truth is that you're going to have so much instability by the over control and surveillance. So it's really a double edged sword. But yeah, definitely control is a big issue. People are more concerned about control than the UFO itself. Chris says history shows that the governments often justify secrecy through protection, even when power preservation quietly rides the backseat. Oh, thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. Humans discovered undeniable proof of extraterrestrial life tomorrow. Would society unite or fracture further? It would be divided. Some people would fracture and some people would be more united. Because with humans, they're unpredictable and everyone thinks a different way. And a fireball meteor. I'm sure that was pretty interesting to happen. Yeah, there's definitely something else, out there, maybe a UFO of some kind. But yeah, I'm sure that definitely was a spooky thing and also a fascinating thing too. Oh yeah, definitely. It most likely was some sort of UFO or a spaceship of some kind. And they say it's an asteroid or a meteor, but it's actually a UFO or a spaceship of some kind. I always appreciate your honest answer, Alien. Why I can never get white or black answers. I'm sure everything is not simple or complex. Because sometimes the the truth is sometimes in the middle. Not all the time. Like like we could say that this is definitely a green plant right here, and right here is a ground with a shingle right there. But with the certain questions, sometimes don't always have a black and white answer because I just don't view things black and white. Because I think when people believe in absolutes, they get genocidal things happen. Like throughout history, it was like that. Everybody had, you know, they think either one extreme or another extreme. I don't like that. If we're more in the few things more of a black and white gray area, that would be a best way to view it because that's what the truth seems to be in my eyes a lot of times. But other times, things might be black and white. As I said, this is a green plant right here. But especially with humans and different things, it's not going to all be the same. Humans don't always think as a collective, or outcomes may not be what we think they are. So we have to always have the variable that something may not go 100% right. Like Titanic was unsinkable, but it didn't, but it sunk. There's always some sort of a clause, maybe sometimes, where it may not be 100% what people think. No, a truth is what it is. Reality is subjective. The truth is the truth, but reality is just subjective in itself. You could flip a coin. It could be either one, or it could just land, right on its standing up. It's possible too. And that's why, like, I like people. Here's people on this channel that are all kinds of different things. Where there's people that are different religions, there's people that are different beliefs or whatever, because humans are just not black and white, and it's a way to bring the whole thing together in its entirety. You know, so with Pilate, he said, "What is truth exactly?" And I also remember this, Chris. Everything is an opinion. It's all from a certain point of view and what the view you take of it. I could be wrong. This plant could be wrong. You know, it's all a matter of opinion, but that makes us all different. You know, so that is just my view from what I experienced so far. walking a mile in each other's shoes, we can see things where the other person saw it. But yeah, oh, thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. But yeah, and I'm saying sometimes there's a black and white answer. Sometimes it is like that. Sometimes it isn't. It depends on the circumstances. And I also like to give people in the chat that may agree or disagree an opportunity to see the other point of view. A lot of times, Chris, you will miss this. When I talk about things, especially controversial things, I do it in a way where everybody can understand the position in a logical manner, where the other side can not feel as threatened or feel that it can be the logic behind the reasoning. So, that is what we have. That's why I think it's the way I word things and stuff. Some people get thrown off. Oh, thank you, Amy. And that's why people get thrown off by me sometimes. But as I said, when when you're reasoning with somebody, right, or somebody's debating, and you both can agree that this is a green plant, that means that there's some headway, right? And from one point of view, it's something, and from another point of view, it's something else. And kind of meeting a common ground to then people accept the truth better of a black and white answer if they can accept that there's a gray area to also see. It's a way of helping people understand an opinion they may be more hostile to accept if it was just put at them bluntly. Right. So that is my Timu alien reasoning right there. And that's a snail. Yeah, stay blessed. You too, one love. Thank you. Oh, there, Flower. Oh, there's not going to be a sunrise because I'll show you the sunrise. It's technically the sunrise. It's going to be in about 10 minutes from now, but it's very cloudy, so there's not going to really be a sunrise. But yeah, that's the sunrise we're having, right? But there's not really much of a sun to have a sunrise with. Oh, nice. I'll show you the sky again. Yeah. Okay. All right, there's the sky. Oh, awesome, one love. Yeah, I've been having a lot of rain. If humanity finally encounters alien race more ethically than humans, would humans admire them or resent them? I think that some humans would admire them and some humans would resent them. They wouldn't resent them. They would just have distrust with them is the right word. Maybe you might have a basement dweller that might be jealous of them, but I think it's more of uncertainty over resentment. But no, there are people that admire the aliens. There's some people that would or can't wait for aliens to come here. There are people that want them to be here and help out or whatever. There's people that would be inspired by them. And hello, Sonny, good to see you. And there's a lot of people that would resent them too, or be have distrust in them as well. Yeah, a lot of humans would have uncertainty. Some humans would be inspired by them. Oh, okay, one love, interesting. Sonny says there are people that have had encounters and they welcome them. Yeah. If humans were all a bunch of cogs in a machine thinking the same thing, it'd be different. But humans are not. Uh, some agree and some disagree. Yeah. Oh no, okay, Amy. There's people in general that had UFO encounters with aliens. That's what she's talking about. Probably both. Humans admire superiority until there's a threatens their pride, power, identity. History repeats this pattern constantly on Earth today. Already, yeah, definitely. We can never find a common ground because people have, through their free will, choose to disagree, no matter what. Just there's people that can't agree to disagree. Yes, Amy, they've been interviewed. If aliens gave humanity unlimited clean energy, would world peace follow naturally? Not necessarily, because there's people always going to be somebody that's going to do something not good because of free will. It's like people could choose what they want to do, but it would definitely, Chris, influence people to go more in a direction of peace. Perhaps it would help it, but I don't think it would completely eradicate it. Check our DNA. Constantly just for blood type thing, they're looking for something. The disagreement comes from some having them and some not. You're right, right. There you go, Sonny. Exactly. That's the scenario. Definitely. If free will allows evil, would removing evil also require moving freedom as itself? Absolutely. You see, with Adam and Eve, that story, that parable, which I believe is real, but people may believe it's a parable, or may not be real to some people. The Adam and Eve story, it's like they can never be truly. You see, Chris, you got to think of it this way: people can never be truly good if they can't be truly bad. Adam and Eve would never have been really that good. Humans would never really been good at all if they can never be bad too. Like you can't have it's like pros and cons to it. Having free will. Blood types defies who you are, but they are looking for those with rare DNA. Yeah, that's true. People so consumed on a green Earth, but other disturbances in space have created. Right. Very, very good truth chat. Yeah. Right. The opposite has to exist. Like I believe even in life, like things that were not good that happened with me, were actually good for me in the long term. when I remember I've had different clashings with different groups, and over time I would explore different live streams and find different people and bring them here. And I remember Sunny came here for one of the good um, explorations of mine, going to the one of the other chats, and she's been very cool on the channel. And yeah, so that dot connected over something else that didn't work out before that. So yeah, even when something bad happens, something good come out of it. Something good can come out of it. So that's why I am, and being here with all of you is another thing. It's like, look at all these people in this chat right now. Something bad happened, but then something good happened, and you meet the right people. Yeah. And Chris says, if an advanced civilization erased all of the war from humanity by controlling human minds, would there be greatest act of good or the ultimate evil? It would be the ultimate evil. Oh, yes, Sonny, it has absolutely. Thank you. With the evil, because who's going to fight the aliens when they try to do something to us when we get out of line? It's almost like a slave state. Oh, thank you, Sonny. I appreciate it, and thank you, Chris, for like and subscribe. Yeah, channel has grown a long way. It definitely has grown quite a bit. I love people. It's the crooked alien politicians I don't like. Yeah, exactly. Yes, good souls find each other. Yes, I do agree with that. And we are here to grow and find our true selves. Yes, absolutely. Peace without freedom becomes invisible slavery, yet freedom without restraint repeatedly creates suffering. Exactly, Chris. Very true. And Chris, and here's an example of why an answer cannot always be black and white. You might ask me if World War One was bad. There's all the suffering that happened. And I would tell you it was a good and bad thing. And, we're going to talk about the bloodshed and the wars that were fought and the manipulation that occurred for that to happen. But I'll take you to the fields, the flower fields, the poppy fields out there. And all those flowers, those red flowers, would never have been there if the war didn't happen, because the bombs that were dropped had sodium. I think it was, no, it was sulfur. And without those bombs going off, those plants would have never bloomed or ever grown. So something is not always binary, but sometimes it is uh, black and white. But other times, something good could come out of something bad. Let's see. They found me on Soul Train. Hilarious. Oh, Claude is not around at the moment. No, but we have Bubbles. So I said, there's no Claude has not been around at the moment. If removing one evil person from history accidentally erases millions of future good lives, was stopping them morally wrong? Absolutely, because we all must take our place in the circle of life. Oh, I would just let history do as it's supposed to be. I wouldn't stop the person from being there. You know, it is the thing is like, why should one fear death? Because it'll come when it will come. It's all part of the circle of life. Oh yeah, I was over in the other on the other yard, and I was over in the other yard, and Bubbles. I mean, not Bubbles, but Claude was walking right past us with a big rat in his mouth. But that's a very good question from Chris. Absolutely. Oh, that is good. It's something that smiles at us all. Yes, I know, because you're going to get a very unique answers. Yeah. Right. And Chris says, if an alien civilization evolved beyond violence entirely, would they still understand human morality? They would only understand it through a textbook analysis, not through emotion necessarily, unless they're able to feel the emotion and master it. Oh, okay, Sonny. Yes, absolutely, because it's your mind preparing you in general, and that is, you know, very good point indeed, and very interesting too. I never see myself deleted in my dreams. I see that people have that died. Yes. Zumi says each ET is different depending on DNA exists. Yes, exactly, Sonny. Yeah, they're visiting. If future greed, if a future timeline proves humanity destroys itself through greed, would authoritarian control today come morally justified to prevent extinction? There's a saying about, what is the point of living life if you don't really live? You know, each day as if the last day of your life. So we're going to be not here anyway in 1,000 years. So it should be lived to the list. Like, would you want to live in a cage, like a bird in a cage, or be a bird like in a tree that's tweeting right now? We have to live each day as if it was the last day of your life. Yes, they definitely are parallels to another world. Yes, Bubbles is dream about bubble bath. Right. Oh, very good, Amy. Very good. Yeah, an abduction. Yeah, yeah. Oh, the best man. Yeah, yeah. Like and subscribe. Yeah. Layer frequency on top the other creates a face of what we truly are made of. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah. And here I am. I am, and thank you, Zumi, for letting me know about the range thing. Yeah, I was. Now we're back in here. Oh, I was talking to y'all about dreams too, but it looks like what I was saying wasn't going through. But yeah, so the dreams, I also have lucid dreams as well. Oh yeah, Ahmed, thank you for being here. I remember you from some time ago. Yeah, elephant plant. Yeah, humanity is a vibrating frequency, right? Right. Yeah, so dreams, I think, could be a pathway to another dimension of some kind, another world where people can see or feel, these other things that they can't usually see or feel in reality, or they're going to another reality, basically, or experience some other universe. So I do believe that the dreams are accessing to some kind of realm like that. Oh, thank you, chat, for the support. I appreciate it. Thanks to also the chat as well. Let's see. So he says, if more people do meditation and connections to one creator. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, so this is the sky. Let's see. Yeah, abduction. Yeah. If more people do meditation and connect to a creator, do you escape the matrix? Oh yeah, sharing a video. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sure. What if dreams are temporary quantum overlaps with alternate versions of ourselves? If that's true, then we're seeing a glimpse of a reality that either we would like or not like. Because there's people, you see, there's characters, right? And then the character has like a bad dream, has a good dream about what his life could be like, but instead, it's not really reality. It was just a dream, but it really exists somewhere else. Yeah, so that's the sunrise chat. There's nothing there, but that's the sunrise. I'm scared. Wonder if reality changes depending on the civilization consciousness, a level of civilization, subconscious. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, it would certainly change frequently. So, Chris, it would change frequently with the times, whatever people are experiencing at that moment. It would go with the flow of what humans were thinking or feeling. and it might change over different forms of consciousness or forms of opinion. Oh, I know about what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah. And then you just kind of wake up out of it, and then you're glad to be alive. Yes, it does, Ahmed. Yeah, definitely. Chris says, "What if each alien species represented a different level of consciousness rather than just biological evolution?" I think if that was true, they would be able to. They would be some more symbolic. They would have a symbolic or a spiritual element to them that would be able to be displayed. I think that negativity can actually be used as a steroid or a build way of building muscle because it's all about your interpretation of the event. You could use bad things as a positive thing to motivate or to enter to use as fuel for something or passion for something. So I think that accepting as things are is the most important thing. The whole sky changes, and the kids were told never to talk about this again. Yeah, and dreams can be subliminal messaging about different things. Also, oh, Ahmed, me too. I that's how I got into the alien stuff at first. When my friend and I were before my friend and I got into it and got into this. Yeah, I mean they're talking about Roswell and about the Roswell crash, and people had different alien encounters that were quite bizarre. It's quite freaky indeed. Well, you see, Zumi, without the ego, success won't necessarily happen. You have to have it to, you know, be used in a positive way. Because a lot of times, ego can be a negative thing, but it can be a positive thing. It really is just confidence in yourself. I think that's the key to success. But it has to be controlled. It can't be get out of hand. You can flow into very just things. Or rather than controlling the flow and controlling your own destiny. So they said the sky changed, and they were told to never speak about it again. They used to be able to touch the sky in early 1800s. Yeah, yeah. They it might be Muhammad. Yeah, that's funny. There's lots of conspiracies about the being reptilians, the reptilian ones, and that's how hundreds of libraries were destroyed. Yeah, yeah, definitely, and way before that, the Library of Alexandria was destroyed too. Oh yeah, they destroyed all accounts of it. And when the people do that censorship and erase history, people can never really truly see the truth of what's actually happening. Yeah, they destroy the infrastructure from before us. There's so much information and logic that has been lost because of what happened. Exactly, Sonny. Very good point. Oh, Ahmed, I have definitely. I was actually watching this horizon. I saw an orb UFO fly up out of the, in the sky, and it was an orb. It was a sphere, a blue sphere, and it was flying in the sky, levitating and flying up very high vertically, unnaturally. It was very crazy to look at. So yes, I saw a UFO before myself. I know people that have also taped them too. Yeah, and also Sunny has experienced it too. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of people here, Ahmed, that have experienced the alien encounters, definitely, in the past, and a lot of them are here. Yeah, I have a video somewhere on my channel of the experience. Yeah, it's kind of a little farther back in there, but yeah, I do have a video of the alien encounter. Well, Chris, that would be an interesting concept to have, and it really just, what it does? It shows that we should value our decisions whatever we make because it causes an effect in other realms. Yeah. If you can't find it, Ahmed, I'll make a post about it so more people can see it because it was a long time ago. Yeah. Just believe in your dreams, their reality, another dimension, universe. Yeah. Okay, Ahmed, I'll post it. Yeah, I will because it was a while back. I showed some people recently about it. Um, yeah, but well, let's see. Now, you know, everybody bear with me for a second. It might buffer, get dark for a moment, but I'll be right back. I'm changing settings. Also, put my thing in the charger too. Okay. Right here we have Claude. I don't know if this is. Yeah, here's Claude. If consciousness can move between timelines during dreams, how would everyone prove the original version of themselves is not replacement of another reality? We wouldn't know. That's very true. We wouldn't know. Yeah, that's a very good point. Scared. Yeah, Claude's really he's a cool cat. He's living his best life right here. Yeah, shout out to Claude. They're telling you hello, Claude. Yeah, so as we're seeing Claude, and that's very cool. All right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Oh, you have a guinea pig. That's awesome. Ahmed, it's not disrespectful. It's a valid criticism of it, and you there are people that are drunk or were lying, but thank you about the cat. But no, there's so many people that have had experiences with these UFOs all over the world, and it is very real. You know, and I'm not making it up. Uh, and many of the people that have seen it themselves also aren't lying about it too. It's feel there's so many videos online and all over the place of these things, but there are fakes out there and people that are making up stuff. But no, there's definitely lots of strong evidence for it out there. Yeah. And Chris says if demons are interdimensional beings feeding off of fear, but human fear is also created by the idea of demons, which came first, the entity or the emotion? That is a very good theory right there. I think that the entity most likely probably came first, but the emotion was already there before the entity was there, hypothetically, because the entity was, I mean, the emotion was likely already there as a seed, but it didn't take root until the entity triggered it. So it could really be that the emotion was first to be exploited by the entity. You had both. See, now we have a sun right here. All right, that's a kind of like a sun. The closest thing we're gonna have to a sun. Okay, through those trees. Oh yeah, absolutely, Sunny. Yeah. I am back. All right. Okay, and now we are here to this part. Okay, so yeah, now I am charging up and being here. Yeah, it's certainly with there's many people that have had alien sightings throughout time and history. Throughout the Middle Ages, throughout various centuries, etc. Okay, Chris says, imagine scientists prove human consciousness slightly affects itself, or probably become more careful of the thought or weaponize belief the same way they weaponize everything else. Yeah, I mean, let's see. Definitely in those situations wouldn't be thought of weaponized belief the same way everything else. Let's go here. All right. Yeah, as I said, I have to find it. Alien, let's see. I might, if I don't find it tonight or today, whenever I do find it, I'll make a post about it, like on my page. Right. And so I said, they come in dreams, which is why the naysayers and people who never had one can rebuke. Yeah, yeah. And also, that is a good point, as well. And let's see. Yeah, now we'll talk about the part where the dreams kind of, let's see. Let's see a hypothetical. They also come IRL as well. Oh, okay. If supernatural entities only appear when observed indirectly through mirrors, shadows, and recordings, does observation create them or destroy their true form? Good morning, Gummy. Good to see you. Yes, I believe everyone has their own mental experiences. And hello, Gummy. Good morning. Hypothetically, aliens they appear in dream represent the ultimate psychological symbol of the unknown. Let's see. Yeah, sometimes the experience is just for you. I agree. It says if you travel 500 years into the future and discover humanity worships you on the interior timeline travel, but you only built the machine because you saw the history books about yourself, who actually invented. Yeah, it seems like who invented it. Now, the person that is being talked about certainly would have something to do with it because they were the reason their actions led them to being believed like that. Then again, through the space time continuum, did it like come into existence through the way of the people? Also, seeing what the person did and building statues of them. So I do think that the person's actions were the reason why they did it in the first place, but who actually invented it would be quite all of them in a way. From one perspective, he did it. Another perspective, they did it. Through those various different lenses. All right. So telepathic communication between aliens. Let's see. From a purely hypothetical perspective, if the alien, in a dream explaining, is that lowered psychological barriers in walking life, your consciousness mind filters out unusual frequencies to help you focus on daily survival with when you sleep. These graduals drop, making your brain receptive to radio tower for external telepathic signals. Something I wonder if when people in the past scrolled the walls, spaceman with a globe, was that just us time traveling? Sonny, it's possible that the gray aliens and a lot of these depictions of aliens in the past could have been us time traveling. That's also a theory that has been considered and talked about too. In a way, build the person like built the machine, and the machine was able to manifest the reality. Very point. And their subconscious uh, reconnaissance. Real alien might scan for a specific brainwave pattern or emotional frequencies if your mind matches the wavelength of your dream state because the easiest channel for direct communication. First says time itself invented because the loop. sustained its own existence without an external setting. The point, the deepest interpersonal, is probably this: the invention emerges from information escaping. The deepest interpretation is probably that the invention emerges from information escaping linear casually altogether. Right. In a way, like it's a self manifesting thing. And there is a subconscious response and a really might scan for specific brain waves, patterns, or emotional frequencies. If your mind matches their wavelength, your dream state becomes easiest to challenge for a direct connection. Preventing culture shock. Physical face and meeting a biologically advanced being could trigger severe psychological trauma or fight or flight heart attack, making the encounter as a dream to allow your mind to process the event safely. By interacting with the dream, the entity ensures that when you wake up, you will likely dismiss just a dream, and this allows them to gather data, interact with you, or without disrupting your waking life or your altering society. That is true. So disturbing that suggests that may permanent objects, knowing or even identities exist without a true origin. Humans already struggle with infinite consciousness and existence itself. Yeah, it seems to do information hopping. The information does reality hopping from one place to another. Plausible deniability. By interacting with a dream, the entity ensures you that when you wake up, it's dismissed as just a dream. It allows them to gather data or interact with you without disrupting. Oh yeah, definitely agree. Okay, you got to get this right. Yes, I am Saw Girl. Definitely. Make sure to get this password right. I mean, people say that they were abducted or whatever, but they actually never had an experience, but that's something they truly did. Yeah, there are people that have had abductions experiences and have allegedly there's mixing of their, offspring with them too. Dreams are actually glimpses into parallel realities. Why do humans spend one third of life ignoring them and the other two thirds arguing online about reality? Because people have different values. Some people like if you have two people in a haunted house, something falls over. One person will say it's a ghost. One person will say something fell over because of the wind. Because people have different mentalities about various different things. Oh, well, interesting, Amber. What kind of dreams you've been having? Oh, Amber, you said the dreams you have. I see it now. Of the last days. Well, yeah, and the last days will come. The Armageddon will come at some point. So, if anyway, it's a glimpse into the future. Yeah. I've heard being brought back into the ship to see children that were made. Me too. There's lots of stories of that. Where I am, it's daytime. It was morning where I am. If dreams predict future events, but change the future prevents the dream from happening. You would never really know for certain. The dream would be false because it didn't come true, but it's like a preview of what could have happened. Right. Uh, yeah, glad it's Friday. Yeah. Sonny said, "You brought into the room with alien is right next to you, and there is about 20 kids in the floor, sitting cross legs, and your children is laying right in front of you." Yeah. Right. And right, exactly, Sonny. Yeah. Oh, hello, Lori. Good morning. Aaron said also planes and fires, bullets coming from the sky, and people around are like left behind out of the system. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Aaron says also planes and fires and bullets coming from the sky, and people I'm around are like me left behind out of the system. Yeah. You see, when you have that happen, It's, talking about with the Armageddon situation, you would know that, like, the apocalypse will occur, many people will perish, but then you would be aware of it where other people wouldn't be. So if anything, it's like a warning of what is to come. Man has been giving all the decided to come out of his life. Jesus died for our sins so we may repent and get right with God. Heaven awaits those who choose salvation of God. Amen. I agree. Hammer said, "What's strange is that I used to pray about that the past is now, I'm getting them now, and was about 40, 50 people that I was, and we're all sharing what we had." Yeah, you see, sometimes a series of people can have a dream about something. For instance, in the Titanic, there's people that had nightmares about a ship sinking, and some people even canceled the trip. So people could have dreams of something bad about to happen before it happens. It's certainly an unsolved mystery when you have these dreams, because sometimes people have been able to predict events with these dreams. If dreams are your brain rehearsing, yes, Sonny, the higher power works in mysterious ways. I agree. If dreams are your brain rehearsing reality, but one dream predicted the exact it was predicted, or memory from timeline you haven't reached yet. Yeah, it could be a memory of a timeline you haven't reached yet. Yeah, I agree. I used to pray to Jesus about the future, and now he's just answering my prayers. Oh, amen. Amen. Sure, Sawgirl. Let's see. The cynic says, "Once I saw a falling fireball with a tail, something that was burning up in the atmosphere, but from what I was watching, it would like 10 centimeters, like 30 minutes." Wow, wow. I really that is quick in a way. Yeah. Yes, Angel, I saw a UFO before. I was watching the horizon. I saw a blue orb rise up, and then it just rose up even more, and it was hovering and staring at me. Yeah, it was a quite crazy experience. A version of the same dream when I was dreaming. I know that was going and why there was a spot and definitely close. It's not a rule. It's a it's kind of a secluded area, kind of like the outskirts of a city, but it's not really rural. It's not rural, but it is kind of rural. Like in a way, it's kind of woodsy and kind of abandoned in some parts, and there's not many people. But it's not rural in the way you're thinking. But it's kind of similar to that. Yeah. Two people dream about each other the same night with matching details, coincident shared subconscious patterns, or evidence. Consciousness connects beyond the brain. I think consciousness connects beyond the brain. Yeah. All right, Chris says if a dream feels longer than real time, could consciousness experience time independently from physics? Yeah, I agree. It can. Well, not that you even said you agree with that, but yeah, I think it can. People have woken up from comas and have lived full lives in dream world. Yeah, the dream world is some sort of dimension that exists. Yeah, that's why reality is subjective. Like Inception, right? It's like a dream within a dream, and you go deeper within it. Yeah, Saw Girl. I'm looking right now. I can't find it really. You know, at all. I don't know if LC is streaming it. We'll see about finding it. Oh, thank you, Saw. It says if consciousness can sometimes upload the machine to digital copy, truly you just a clone of yourself, your memories. It is a clone of the memories. What happened was last year, fiance died and had a COOF 19 twice, and three more people died in her life, and predicted at the last death in the family was a cousin who died of alcohol poisoning. Been trapped into something cause of my dreams, and I myself out of the dream and realize I actually am dreaming. It's the concept of inception. You know, that you're stuck in a dream, but the dream could go deeper and deeper into the dream, right? Like layers, right? There's sometimes where I don't even realize I'm dreaming, and you get deeper into it, you become lucid dreaming. So, and then there's a point like where what is reality and what isn't reality. Oh yeah, it's scared. Yeah, scary. Oh yeah, me too. Me too. I also get night terrors. Not often as I used to get it very often, but not as often as I used to. As I used to. Right. That's a good point. How do they have monsters in it that the human mind has never seen? Is the human mind projecting something that it created, or is it projecting it off of its own thing that it's seen before or knows exists? Or are the entities coming into the dream in itself? Yeah, scared. I have several Jeffrey Epstein dreams, and he was alive, underground basement. They used a ladder to get out, and there was the dream felt so real and creepy. I've had dreams about him before too. Okay, Saul, thank you for the update. We will either stream it or we will replay it if we miss it. All right, so I'll replay it if it does play and we don't catch it, or I will um, stream it if it comes on. Right. Yeah. Oh, Chris, it's been a pleasure, man. I really enjoy you on the channel. Excellent questions. So you take care, definitely. Thanks for it's been an honor, definitely. And like and subscribe, yes. And the Inception dream, yeah, scared. Mhm. Yeah. In Inception, it's like you have a totem to make sure you have like say this alien right here, right? Like this can be a totem to know that if you're in reality or not. Or you could use these paper clips, and only you know about it and what you could use. And like for instance, they had the little spinny top thing. You could tell if you're in a dream or not. So I think that is a cool concept about the Inception. Like that if you're really in reality or not. Well, like a chess piece or a piece of dice. Usually that's what they would be from the movie. Okay. So let's see. Oh, Amber, I agree about that. Like, say with the lizard people or the aliens of some kind. Like there's like a woman that was on an airplane, and she got off the plane. She saw something that wasn't real. So there's definitely demonic people or entities or aliens, whatever, that are not human. So another thing is what were we mentioning is about Epstein, where yeah, I think that he's alive somewhere, in my opinion. Somewhere overseas, probably, or maybe he's in Palm Beach, Pete. Yeah, so that is the possibilities with that individual, but definitely among us, there are definitely lizard people or people that are influenced by them. But you saw a shapeshifter. What made you think it was a shapeshifter? Did you see it change into a different person? Because a lot of times, like the idea of the shapeshifter is that it'll switch from one person to another person or whatever an entity. So yeah, they're definitely out there. You know, they can do that. Interesting, Amber. You feel a shift. Scared. Eardrums pops when you're around someone who isn't really human. Actually felt the shift. Yeah. All right. So Amber said at first it was extremely exotic, like looking. Then he read my mind and told me to look away. When you walked away, he was an old shriveled man. Ah, I see. And that's very interesting. Thank you. It seems that they want to appear something that they're not. You know, for deception. You know, is he the old man or is he the young man? You know, that's just the thing to think about. He could be a completely different type of species than what we are. You never know. I was out yesterday, and as soon as this person walked in, I felt a shift in reality, and then eardrum kept popping and felt it. Well, that is good because you see, a lot of times these people they give off auras, they give off energies that might be more, darker or negative. Not negative, but they give off some sort of energy that's kind of strange to us. So you have feel like you have a gift where you're able to sense that. Okay, it felt like anger. So these entities, these people, have some sort of a rage to them. I see. Mhm. There was a woman that was on a plane and she thought she saw something supernatural. Now she backtracked and said it was just a hallucination, but she allegedly saw some kind of person or alien or like a something like that that wasn't really who what she thought it was. Reptilian shapeshifter. The most popular internet theory is that the man's physical appearance briefly glitched or revealed reptilian eyes, scales on blinking eyelids. And I think they knew that I know because he was staring at me. Oh yeah, no, the person knew that you had this ability and that you knew what was going on. Yeah, absolutely. Glitch in a Matrix. The NPC exotic theory suggests that man was a non-player character NPC in a simulated reality, who completely froze or failed to load a personality when she tried to interact with him, making him look like an empty shell. Yeah, things will split for a split second. Yeah, because it could be like in a blink of an eye where you question if it even really happened. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Another interesting thing is like sometimes I feel like I'm back in time like the 50s. Yeah, that's a time travel. There's been AI time travelers that have gone back there. That's been pretty cool to see that. So you definitely may feel like a time traveler. Maybe you're able to access the other time period for the other dimension. So, that would be very cool to see. Oh, thank you, Saw. Appreciate it. Well, that's good, Amber, that you broke the Matrix. And thank you, Saw Girl. Every day the sky looks so fake, and I think I broke the Matrix. Yeah. I could say in this realm, all the chemtrails, it's really cringe. Yeah, so that's something that I definitely believe is like what we live like in a simulation, like in a matrix. I don't doubt that because sometimes it definitely seems like that. Types of glitches happen. Also, Amber, thank you for sharing your testimony. I appreciate it. Another thing is the final destination premonition. Some believe she had a sudden, terrifying psychic vision of the plane crashing. In this theory, the non-real person was a physical manifestation of death or an entity actively tampering with the aircraft. Human that looks almost like too perfect. Their skin might look slightly too smooth, like wax or plastic, and their posture would completely. Orange. Yeah, I saw one. A blinking orb. Not a blinking orb, but I saw something like appear and then it disappears. Hard to explain, but imagine myself doing something without me actually physically doing it. Like it maybe like a way to say it is like you feel like you're like an autopilot. And you're doing something, but without physically being able to do it. You know, not without being able to do it, without doing it. You did something without doing it, basically. Oh, maybe you're able to you have a gift, to manipulate the time continuum. You know, use it wisely now, and you know, also, I believe you, and this is a joke. Let us know what the lottery numbers are, if you whenever you find them. But anyway, I think it's very cool that you are cool to tell us your story about being able to see different time periods and seeing people that may not really be real, but glitches in the matrix. You know. Oh, okay. Thank you. Indeed, Amber. Yeah. So yeah, I appreciate that because it's a cool that you're able to see people that are in our matrix that were just glitches in the matrix and the different like reptile type people, and you're able to not allow it to corrupt you into making you into something bad, like a lot of people like to do. So yeah, it's very cool about your time traveling stories. Yeah, and God's illusion is revelation from pride, deadly sin. You see, Amber, it is. I'm sure, like it feels like being in a different universe or something. It feels kind of strange. So, as I said, it's pretty cool that you're able to see that. I think aliens, in my opinion, are. I've had different opinions of aliens throughout time, but I lean more towards them being, something not being completely on our side or something kind of nefarious. But I do think there are hypothetically good aliens out there and bad ones. But yeah, there's a theory about them where I can understand seeing them through a kind of skeptical lens. Oh, Amber, that's cool that you remote viewed before. We have people on here, especially on the Discord, that talk about remote viewing. It used to beat you up at night. I was scared. Yeah, thank you, mods. Appreciate it. I think they're remote viewing multiple times. Oh yeah, so Amber, there's Earthy, and he does remote viewing all the times on the Discord. He talks about his stories about that. So yeah, That's very cool, and I believe you have. I believe you've seen different things in other realms, and you have a gift for it. So I admire your ability and look forward to seeing you more on the show to tell us more about your experiences. Okay, Saul, thank you. Well, definitely. I believe vampires are real too. I believe that they're entities from a different dimension that. Oh, they're airing it? Good. Okay, Saul. I'm putting it up right now. Right. Let's see. 9 minutes ago. All right, so we're gonna go here. The thumbnail's gonna come later because I'm in a bit of a hurry. Okay, so let's see. Oh, I agree. I agree. I believe that they're everywhere. Although I don't know like what you know about it, but I do know that they're around. Okay, Saw, it is out. Well, now screen is dark. Well, what's that supposed to mean? Maybe it did it end that quickly. Well, you know what? I'll play it from the beginning. How about that? I know about reptilian people wear masks. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. All right, let's just start over. All right, so Saw, if you're listening, I'm going to start from the beginning. It may have been very quick, so here we go. So play it. So you go over there, Saw. I'll play it from the beginning. Okay, here we go. And I want to see the other window to see if They're actually playing something else. Yeah, definitely fast. Yeah, it was fast. But right now, I'm replaying it. If you want to see it. But thank you, Saw, for letting me know. Yeah. They hate smoke and all and toxins of the bodies, and they hate children and going missing. They hate smoke and all the toxins in our bodies, and it's why children are going missing. Yeah, because they want the adrenochrome and they want it fresh. They don't want something to be true. They want something to be, a realistic situation where somebody might have. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they're on adrenochrome. Okay, and yes, and the children and the chrome rims. Okay, so yeah, and that's what those elites do. Those powerful elites will do those kind of things, and they will be completely cringe. Yeah. Amber says yesterday there was an Amber Alert of a child that went missing from Hammond. So let's pray for the child. Amen, Amber. Amen. I saw aliens drive by the other day in some big chrome rims. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Those aliens are balling. Yeah, definitely. In name of Christ, we pray for the missing child from the Amber Alert they be found, or if not, they could be in the Lord's kingdom at peace. Amen. Yeah, because there's lots of children that go missing all over the world, and there's all these sick things about these trafficking operations and what the Epstein type of elites are doing, and they really need to be held accountable for that. Although decades ago it was covered up, the files and things like that. It was far before you know our time. They were covering for these people, all like decades ago. Yeah. Friend of mine, an adult, was kidnapped recently, but she was found by the police, and they caught the guy that did it. So I'm thankful for that, that she was returned back safely. But yeah, definitely, it's a very disturbing thing when those things happen. Yeah. Vampires and witches and ghouls and things like that. They all live among us technically. Here it says they're mixing alien hybrids with humans, and these girls are forced to have their babies. It's so sad. Yeah, in the Epstein files, they talked about genetic engineering and doing 23andMe and trying to manipulate the genetic, algorithms of humans. Yeah. So, uh, also about the forced hybrids with aliens is very messed up because lots of alien encounters have talked about that. All right. And the black eye theory. Oh, interesting. I'm not familiar with that one. All right. So, yeah, there's all these extraterrestrial encounters people have. And when people have these encounters, they will endure a messed up situation after an alien encounter where they will have so many babies with not many but some, I mean, one or two babies with these alien entities. They'll mix their DNA and make a hybrid. That's what a lot of alien abductions had to do with that I saw, and I think that's kind of messed up. But yeah, they're trying to put their hybrid DNA into people. All right. Aaron says a lot of famous people are getting some type of serum and hijacks your soul and takes control of the Hollywood. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for explaining. Much love, positivity to you too, zombie. Um, I'm glad to see you. Welcome. Yes, I've heard about the famous people with the black eye. Yeah, yeah, but not the theory that you're speaking of. So thanks for explaining the theory to me. But I've seen that before. Zombie, I am doing fantastic. I am. Oh yeah, definitely agreed. Yeah, I am doing very well. I had a good stream today, and I've been streaming a lot. With trials and other things. So I've been very busy, but doing well. And there was, a friend of mine was kidnapped, but then she was rescued. So it's a scary thing, but it's a good thing she's safe now. So that is something that happened, but everything besides that, I'm doing fine and having a fantastic stream and all that. Oh, zombie. And I was going to ask you about how you were doing, so I was curious as well about you. And yeah, so yeah, praying for your friend. It's good that you're looking out for them at the hospital. Good that you're visiting them. I hope you and your uh, pets are doing well. Yeah, yeah. So also hope your animals, your pets are doing well too. It looks like Bubbles is coming by me. Oh yeah, zombie, absolutely. That's very true because that does happen, and the malpractice. Indeed, it's something that's widespread. So it's good that you're aware of that. So a lot of people don't understand. Yeah, zombie's a very good-hearted person, and you know, there's a lot going on, and glad that she's taking care of what needs to be done. Yeah, yeah. So thank you, zombie, for updating me. Oh wow, zombie, that's wild. That's wild. That is just really messed up. You know, in that situation, it's we need to make sure that they're all doing their job that they're supposed to do and not slacking. So yeah, uh, very cringe indeed. Amber, definitely there can be. There's actually some certain, I think, bath salt or something that people take that can cause them to become like that. So yeah, I believe that the spiritual thing also definitely, yeah. I think the mythology not mythology, but like the people that did the craft and stuff. They had people that went through that. Indeed. Yeah, just like the COV-19, etc. Yeah, zombie, the brethren will come. There'll be more uh, zombies everywhere. It'll be a whole thriller. Indeed. Oh, thank you, zombie. Appreciate you being here for us. Yeah, rabies and humans. Oh, okay. Not lack of staff. Okay, it was another situation. I see. Yeah, that is cringe. They are walking angels, and they're saving lives. Definitely. Yeah, nurses indeed. Yeah. Medical corruption. Some nurses have some nurses have no business trying to be nurses. If that is true, there was also bad ones too. Especially if they had bad experience and being greedy or slacking on the job, whatever. Yeah, definitely, there's bad ones too. Yeah. The medical corruption is coursed by 9, 10, and they're amazing people. Mm-mm. I'm going to do this one. Okay, scroll down the list. Let's see. Let's go to this one. Sean Harvest Wilkins. Yeah, yeah, Amy, and Zombie. I agree. Okay, and let's just maybe make it into this one. Let's see. Okay. Okay, all I can say is everyone listen to your body. Don't let DRs tell you if you disagree, say something. Oh, I agree. Zombie, absolutely. There was a young man going to the procedure, woke up and restraints and the other people around him were unconscious away. Oh, Zoomy. They almost deleted my. Oh, okay. Oh wow, zombie. That's very traumatic. Very indeed. Oh yeah, Amber. That's something that definitely does happen. That I think is very messed up. Like you have to, feeling ignore. Just don't do it. Do it. Yeah. Yeah. That was bubbles on me. Yeah. 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 So I do think the medical system is very corrupted, and I do think they um, lots of corruption is in the air. They are, big pharma, big pharmaceutical companies are, they have cringe to them and will definitely cause lots of problems. Well, Slick, you gave me a compliment. Thank you for a compliment. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. And also, yes, I'm grateful for that. Just, you got to remember, there's a lot of people in the chat that I'm trying to look at. There's just not trying to ignore you specifically. Right. So let's see. The they don't like and oh, it was something that wasn't needed. Exactly. Exactly. Right. Okay. And Aaron said, "Yeah, so definitely if something's not needed to be done, I know someone that's a nurse, and she's similar. That sometimes they'll do things that sometimes doctors will do things that are not necessary. Oh yeah, exactly. Amy. Yeah. And Amber says one word advice: if your ears pop and you notice some shift, get away from the person right away. I've had strange men following home several times. Oh yeah, there's a lot of creeps out there. Yeah, Amber, it's really messed up what happens to people with the kidnappings and stuff, and it's very unfortunate that you went that. It's unfortunate that that happened to you, and I'm glad that you're okay and you're safe with us because it'd be a very traumatic thing. Oh, thank you, zombie. Aaron said, "This man in white van blocked the car and had to drive up the grass in neighbor's house. Dad found that he was a bouncer at a club and paid him a visit." Wow, that's very scary. Yeah, Amber, no one's laughing. This is very just a wild situation. Yeah, very mental problems. I would have been too. Would that would have been begging to get? Yeah, definitely anybody that does that to you know, definitely the zombies would have taken them out. Yeah, it just sometimes he'll say LOL as like a to talk about how wild something might be. Like, wow, that was a wild experience. Yeah, very brilliant father. Very brilliant father. Yeah, shout out to your father for figuring that out because these creeps out there, there's lots of them everywhere, and they could hurt anybody. And and his house is a 2x4. Yeah, scared, scared. Zombie, you didn't do anything wrong. All right, it was just a misunderstanding. All right, I'd like you to stay with us, and you're doing very good with the chat, but you could go if you'd like. All right, so it is good, Amber, that everything went worked out. Yeah, and I didn't say anything as zombie to leave, by the way. And yeah, so Amber, she wasn't laughing at you. No, she wasn't. That wasn't what was going on. It was just that's not what that means. Yeah, it was a misinterpretation. Anyway, so okay, now Amber understands it was a misunderstanding. So that is good. And also, if people get offended by something, it's not really a reason to leave the chat room. Anyway. Oh, okay. So it's probably a little while back. Oh, people think you're in your 20s. Okay. Yeah. I'm 28. Where I am, it's actually very humid and hot, but it's not extremely hot though. Oh, okay, Amber, understood. You don't have your original birth certificate. Okay. Your mom has to get it from Catholic Church. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, I can understand it bothering you. Yeah. Oh, okay. You don't know what nationality you are. Okay. Well, um, we definitely know you are of the earth, and I sound like a you seem like a very wonderful person. So that is the important thing. Olive skin. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, could it be Mediterranean, like Italy, or some, uh, or some sort of part of region like that? Possibly. I don't know. It could be something like that. You don't resemble anyone in your family. Okay. Okay. And he said, my granddad was stolen generation, and dad still doesn't know exactly who the father is. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Understood, Amy. Now, yeah, do you know if maybe you could be also uh, related to the indigenous Native Americans? Maybe I don't know. Um, you could be a variety. You could be your ancestry could be a variety of different things. I said I'm only guessing. Oh, everyone else is blonde hair and blue eyes. Oh, okay. Yeah. Native American. Okay. And see, you have. I think it must feel a little bit awkward, but it's good that you have a family, which I believe most likely. Hello there, Randy. That took care of you, and I don't know if you had a good experience with them or not, but I would think that maybe you had a good experience with them, and all that is good. But it must have been felt a little bit different than being with them, you know, uh, when everyone else may have looked a little bit different. Oh, well, it's good that they love you and they gave you a good experience. You know, that's the important thing. I relate to various different European countries, so I look like a mixture of different things from Europe, like from North and South Europe. And let's see. So yeah, I'd like to know about the story if you want to tell it, Amber. Yeah. Father has white skin, but the son goes extremely dark brown, and some with my brother was born completely blonde, green eyes, and so does my brothers. My mom British, dad is Aboriginal. Oh, that's very cool. Very cool. Oh, that's cool, Amy. That's cool. Oh, that's good. Your parents have your back. That's very good. I have some. My dad's brother was very blonde, and he had like my hair, more darker, curlier hair. But I'm related to both the blonde people and the dark haired people. But it just um, different genes pass around. I mean, when I was little, I had red and blonde hair and blue eyes, blue green eyes, and I still have the white skin. I mean, the fair complected skin. But it depends. Sometimes it tans a little bit, or looks fair complected most of the time though. And now my hair's like a darker brown with some reddish in it. So, my features change over time. Birth certificate had predated, and how can that be? My mom has no baby pic of me. Okay, I've returned. Okay, and yes, my cousin's brown with ginger blonde hair, and my daughter has auburn blonde hair, blue eyes, but we have the fat nose. Oh, okay, okay. And yeah, Amber, it seems like you have a special gift when you're able to tell certain things spiritually, and that is, you know, it's interesting how you don't know the beginning of your life. Yeah, I don't know. You could have been blocked out, maybe. That's possible. I I think it was a interesting experience that you have your very unique circumstances. So it would be cool if one day you could be able to find out more about your past. Although I don't know how you would do it, but that would be uh, cool to know more about. But yeah, so I believe that the Native Americans, indigenous people, have a special spiritual connection, and that's how they're able to do different things with the you know oh um, I was looking at chat for a second. With spiritualism, they're very good with spiritualism and in touch with nature, and they see a lot of cryptid and alien sightings. So I believe that part of that was part of your gift. You're able to sense different things. Not everyone can see or communicate with the unknown because it would scare the average person. Only special people can have this. Yeah, that's true. I thought about it, but my parents, even if not biological parents, yes, I sense things. Yeah. One of my great grandparents, she was similar to you, and she had a special. She was psychic. She had a special connection with those things, and I had this. Sometimes I have psychic dreams and things like that. So, yeah, I have one of my ancestors who similar to you. Oh, Amy, I'm not drinking coffee in a long time. I just go by discipline and will. But I would like to drink coffee again when I can, or when I get a chance to. Aaron says it's scary sometimes. I saw something in the basement when my friend passed, and I walked up, and his entity it disappeared. Ah, interesting, interesting, very cool. Yeah, you see the spirits. Okay, you see the spirits. Yeah, it'd be cool for you to see if you could see any spirits over here, because there's sometimes stuff where I am. You weren't scared. That's good. Yeah, it's like almost like seeing you can speak their language, so to speak. Oh, that's good, Amy. Yeah, my great grandparent, she was good at with remedies, and like she put cobwebs on injury. Yeah, yeah. Amy said she taught me so much, and after she passed, she thought where to find my dad's birth certificate and very important papers she had hidden. Ah, okay, that's good. That's good. That's good to know. My neighbor said also the same house. I saw a language I didn't understand, and it was written all over the walls. Oh, that's very interesting. Was it in Was it in a similar English alphabet, or was it another alphabet? My curiosity. And only you saw it. Okay. And he said, "My nan always told me at a young age to never be afraid, but to say, go back to light. You feel afraid, but it was not just listen to them." Yeah, well, that's very interesting, and I believe that is true. To go back to the light. It was ancient. Okay, it was an ancient letters. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, because that's definitely what it was. Probably back from the past of the ancestors. Yeah, so you could be able to see things and sense things. You could sense like the lizard people and those people that are not good. See, the different tribes had um, shamans, and that would guide the village. And maybe you're a descendant of one of those shamans. Oh, it was the edge of your bed. Yeah, yeah. And It was, and they are real and they are out there. Yeah. Now, what did it look like? Uh, was it a shadow person? It's curiosity. Yeah. And because a lot of times they could appear as different things to different people at different times. He said, when I was pregnant with a daughter, she is 21 now, but a woman with a white cloak, I couldn't see her face. She placed a baby in the end of the bed and wrapped it in a blanket, and that's what I remember. Oh, very interesting. That's a very interesting experience. And quite supernatural. It was glitching very fast in the scary movie. It was like flickering and in and out of something like protecting me. Like something was protecting you. Oh, okay. That is cool that you had that experience, that something was protecting you, because I do believe that there is like a matrix, that that cracks. Hello, Ruby. Good to see you. The demon wanted to get me, but it was fading in and out. Right, right. Because the angels are protecting you from that thing trying to attack you. So you have a hedge of protection around you. Yeah. They even you've heard of like tobacco, like people smoke, but the tobacco leaves in a full form that were much bigger were used by the indigenous natives to um, they would hallucinate on them and go into a spiritual realm. So and they would see different things. So basically, they were able to tell omens and signs. So I think that it's good that you're able to sense if people are bad because that was like a good survival instinct, and like that there's something wrong with their soul. Yeah, and it's not even really like a person. It's like a reptilian in disguise. Yeah. So I saw something where I was in a cat room one time, and there was this strange thing that occurred where um, on the wall way at the top where there would be no people there, I heard a knocking noise, and I was by myself in this big place. So that was a ghost experience I had. It feels like a curse sometimes. Oh, Amber, I could definitely see that, especially if you're in your daily life and then it starts glitching out. Everything feels like it's glitching out, and I could see where it would feel like a curse in some ways, but it served and serves a good purpose at the same time to detect what these supernatural things is. That was like your job, so to speak, to detect the spiritual, to detect the spiritual realm, be the bridge between us and the other realm. But yeah, I can definitely understand why you feel that way. Yeah. And as they say, heavy is the crown. Okay, Amber. Yeah, tell us the story that's terrifying. I'm all eyes to see it.
to read about it. Yeah. And I think that there is paranormal and supernatural things that happen, and it goes on. And the truth is definitely out there, indeed. But what people experience. This invisible force that I couldn't see was thrashing me all over my bedroom, and it was beating the hell out of me. Wow. Scared. That definitely would be something scary, especially if something supernatural from the other side with the things that's capable of doing. So, how did you get out of it? Because it's like it almost like tries to put you under its spell, so to speak. So it's certainly something that a lot of people wouldn't even be able to handle going through. All right, and Amber says, "I tried to scream out and I couldn't. I was completely numb and I couldn't do anything. All of a sudden, it stopped." Oh, okay. Oh, that's good. It did stop. That's good. It did stop. But it's definitely something that was trying to wrestle you to cause oppression. And before that happened to me, I saw a shadow man in the corner of my room and house. It was something evil in it. Okay, yeah, it must have been an evil spirit. Yeah, because definitely we talked about just the shadow men before. I'm familiar with them. Oh, that's good that your parents sold the house. Sometimes houses have poltergeists and different things from other realms in there. I remember I used to watch a show in like 2009. 2000, 10, around the time around called The Haunting, and there's people that would have like these houses with these evil like spirits in them. Yeah, it was messed up. Another paranormal experience that I was driving and couldn't get home, and I was stuck in the forest, no cars on the street, nothing. I called my daughter. Wow. I said forest, but you said fortress. Okay. I see it better now. Okay. So, have another paranormal experience, and I couldn't get home. I was stuck in a fortress and cars on the street, nothing I could do, call my daughter. I eventually ran out of gas, and the car ended up in front of a church. Now, was the fortress okay? Okay. What do you know? What time period the fortress looked like it was from? Was it a stone fortress, or did it look like something from the maybe the 1700s, something like that? Because maybe it's a memory, maybe from a ancestor, or something happened in that time period where you were at, and you were like getting a vision of something from another time period. Maybe this is speculation. There's a lot of people that come here that are indigenous natives that will talk about seeing Bigfoot or seeing the cryptids and aliens. So definitely, we've talked about things like the Wendigo and the skinwalkers and stuff too. Okay, Amber, you're stuck in a strange dimension. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because Chris and I will talk about on the show a lot about how there's alternate universes and alternate dimensions that coexist with us. And maybe you were able to go to one of those other realms and then came back here. Like, because especially with CERN, there's a glitch in the matrix where they, like say there's a Bernstein Bears or Bernstein Bears, or there's like the Fruit of the Loom thing. So like it's not what we thought it was originally, or the cornucopia wasn't there, but it was there. So that's something that maybe you were able to, maybe something happened where you went to another dimension, like another universe, and then you came back here. Kind of a glitch in a matrix, what we're talking about. Thank you for sharing. And you're going for 5 hours not being able to drive out of it. Wow. Yeah, that's a while. And it's almost like an alien abduction. Like when someone gets abducted by aliens and they get brought back. It's almost like that in a way. Amy says we have a magnetic road where you park your car in a certain spot and you get pulled back uphill. That's wild. Wow. It's like everything goes backwards. Scared. Scared. I was stopping the road. Aaron said that was paranormal because I did feel like something bad was going to happen, and I would never see my family again. Yeah, I know that's very very disturbing to experience, and it's almost like the being trapped in an alternate or like a Stargate, going through a Stargate and going to another dimension. Yeah, it's very. I can't imagine the fear it must have been to, and like the freaked out you must have felt. Yeah, then it like ends, because the they had like the shamans and stuff. They would have visions of things, but they would usually be, in at their place. It's kind of like you're driving a car, and then you just go to another dimension. It's unexpectedly. So yeah, I can understand. But then again, it guides you back home where you were, able to come back here. But yeah, Amber, it definitely sounds like an evil experience indeed. Yeah, but I'm glad that the Lord has guided you back here. Because I do believe there's other dimensions and there's other forces out there we're not completely familiar with at the moment. And so we also have Sarah's grave, a field where a girl was murdered and people had heard her screams. Uh huh. Okay. There's ghost sightings there. Oh, thank you for explaining that to me, Amber. Okay, so no, I got picked up. I stayed in my car because I couldn't leave a certain area. Okay, thank you, Amber. Thank you for explaining. Yeah, glad that you're able to eventually get out of that situation. Um, and you can almost like sense there's just something dark about an area or a situation. Like there's some vibe about it that gives off like a vapor of darkness. That is truly unnatural to it. Hmm. That's why you felt stuck. Okay. Yeah, it's basically being trapped. Yeah, I understand. And he said also we have three sisters, massive three rock formed. The indigenous story behind it also about three women sisters fighting over one man turned to stone. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Massive tourist attraction now in Blue Mountains. I was talking to the other day with a couple of streams ago about the mountains being the deceased Nephilim. That's what mountains are. The fossilized versions of giants that used to exist. So that's an interesting story. Um, the Blue Mountains. All right, so massive tourist attraction of Blue Mountains, and we also have the Ural U Mountains indigenous rock. I know I butchered that when I said it, but yeah, okay, interesting. Thank you. Okay, yes, Nephilim blood to be mixed with humans. Yeah, and the Nephilim's like because there's mountains that look like humans, that look like giants, just like ingrained in it. So you are right, Amber, about the Nephilim blood being mixed. Yeah. And Amy said, Northern Territory, people want to walk over it, but it is a spiritual place to not be walked over. Oh, understood. And it should be respected, definitely. Yeah, because I understand that, the spirituality about it should be respected. And the Nephilim, yeah, because the giants that used to run around the earth and they were wiped out in the flood. Different cultures around the world talk about that, by the way, about the giants around the world. Yeah. Okay, it's a size of an apartment block, uniquely shaped and colored. Oh, I've seen that thing before. I agree, Amy. Yeah, very beautiful. Hello, fish dude. Welcome to the stream. The dream. Yes, yes. Very cool. Yes. All right. So it is not a passive rock formation, but a living sacred landscape formed by ancestral creator beings during dream time, known locally as the Chur. Wait. It's gonna go here. The Teju Kyurpa. Instead of a single Dreamtime story, the Yul Yuru is the meeting place of numerous interesting intersecting ancestral tracks where every fusure cave and boulder marks the physical remains. Our people saw an alien things, unexplained things, and we just called them incorporated into our own dream time. Yeah, that is definitely awesome. Awesome indeed. Since I can tap into the spirit world, I noticed that my cat sleeps on the top of my head when I have terrors. He walks up, and I think cats know stuff. Oh, cats were known as being spiritual guards of the underworld. They were known to be guards of to guard people away from evil spirits. And there is a woman that allegedly was with a person that was a reptilian, and the cat hit the person and didn't like them. So that's what I think is that the people out there, like who are wicked, the cats can sense that, and the cats were guardians of the spirit world, so they can sense good and evil. Okay, and one thing that seems pretty cool, I'll read it again, is our people saw a lot of alien things, unexplained things, and we just call them incorporate our dream time. Okay, so I think that about dogs as well. If a dog doesn't like you or whatever, I take note. Look, dogs and cats are basically. I was just talking about mythology, but no, dogs are also the same. I believe that they can sense the same stuff cats can. And he is always with me. Everyone who meets him, and he can't believe how close he is to me. Is understandable how the relationship I have with him. Oh, by the way, I have lots of cats, and I have cat shorts, and I have cat videos. And we have cats on the stream with me. So this is certainly a good channel for the cat people. By the way. So anyway, but dogs too are cool as well. And animals sense things that people don't. Yeah, it's just in mythology. Let's see what dogs were in ancient Egypt, because I just don't know what they are. Okay. Oh, that's cute. Pancake and Molly. In ancient Egypt, I just talk like an ignorant for a second. All right, I talk like an ignorant, but we're gonna talk like a regular person now. In Egyptian mythology, dogs and canines are fundamentally linked to protection, death, and the transition into the afterlife. Now remember, Anubis was he weighed the sins of people. So dogs also seem similar to what the cats do. I'm a Christian, by the way, but this is what the ancient people thought that the animals did, which I think that still holds weight now. Oh, that's cool that he does that, Amy. That is cool. The ancient Egyptians did not strictly separate domestic dogs from jackals or wolves, referring to them as collective under broad spiritual concepts because wild canines were seen patrolling desert edges where shallow graves were dug, and they became revered as divine sentientals, keepers of the deceased. Okay, and oh, Amber, understood. Understood. Yeah, we have Amber and Amy. Okay, I just realized that. Very lovely names, by the way. And oh yeah, Amber. Anxiety can be really, really cringe. It's all good, Amy. It's all good. I don't know what happened for a second, but I think I'm back. Okay, yeah, y'all are the double A batteries. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, don't be scared. Okay. By the way, my name is Hans, like Hansel and Gretel. It's and YouTube. I use the nickname Hans. So, that's what my name is. And I'm streaming a case, the Melody Ferris case. Okay, and it happened back in 2024 around December. I mean, around like November. And it's a replay of a trial from a long time ago. I mean, from a few years ago. Since there's no trials on right now, we're replaying a stream. I've been doing that since the beginning with the trial chat people. Before y'all came here, before Amy and Amber came here, I did a lot of I would be on different live streams, and I'd also get people over here from other places. So I think it is, and now we have people coming more. I always had people come organically without that, but we have more people now more than ever that are coming to live streams organically. So yeah, there's a group of people from trial chats, and I brought over here, and we play trials, and I'm interested in true crime stuff, so we play it here too. Oh, that's cool. You're watching both. Nice. Hmm, yeah, very cool. Oh, TV and phone. Nice. That's cool to know. Shout out to Mary Toodles. Okay, Amber. So on another stream that I have on. Oh yes, yeah. Moki is over there at the trial stream. Okay, so Amber, on my channel, there's another stream that I'm playing that's a trial because we're interested in we do talk about true crime stuff here and airing trials, things like that. So another stream that I have live right now. Oh yeah, Moki's awesome. Yeah, she has done a lot for me, yeah. And including the everyone else too. And Saw, she's done a lot for me too. I've known both of them for a long time. Yeah. So, yeah, it's the Melody Ferris trial replay. Oh yeah, that is true. The aliens angel, yeah, she and a few others put that in their handle name, and yes, in honor of me, and also to like to broadcast it, like in advertisements of the channel, and also as like in honor of me. We the aliens angel. Now there's two others that were part of it, but they broke off because of some feuding. But the Moki and Aaron retained the yes, they are the aliens angels. Yeah, it was very nice of him to do that. And I have Moki and Aaron as the initials, and my, you know, um, handle too. Mhm. Yeah, so I think it is the trials are very good for people to see how the justice system works. Amy, I actually do have alien origins. I know she's asked me a question. I answered her. And what happened was with the alien spacecraft origins, the the origins of the spacecraft was that I come from planet 10. That's where I come from. Okay, Amber, thank you so much. I look forward to chatting with you again. Have a very blessed day. It was an honor and a pleasure um, chatting with you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because Moki and I are talking about the alien stuff, the alien files. Yeah, something that we'll be looking into. Yeah, so it is because the UFO files is something very interesting that's coming out, and we're glad to broadcast them when we can. Been having a good time. I've been streaming all night and all day. This is pretty wild times, and we made over 2,000 subs, which is a big, quite incredible. It's a nice community, little community we have here. Yeah, so I came from Planet 10 and I traveled the galaxy, far and wide. And I was able to, Earth. I like to stay on Earth and help out the people here. It's pretty cool to be here. But yeah, I came from Planet 10, Nibiru. They say it doesn't exist, but it does exist. And I have my alien spaceship that likes to travel through the skies. Yeah. And let's see. Hello, Sandra. Welcome to the stream. Good morning. Oh, Phil, I've been doing it every day. Yeah, Batman. Yeah. I know it's daytime. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's hilarious, Sandra. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, hello Zoomy, hello Phil, and Sandra. I admire your humor. Thank you. And right now it's 9:32 a.m. Friday. Yeah, y'all are in the future. Yeah. Soon I'll be ending this stream and we'll be doing and be ending the garden life for the night. Yeah. I'm thankful for all of y'all for being here. But yeah, Sandra, we talk about cryptids and aliens, all kinds of different things. It's an open discussion about all kinds of things. And we talk about some paranormal stuff sometimes too, and gardening and things like that. So um, we go live every night, every day. So, and people like to share their stories and encounters about a variety of different things. It's really a fascinating community. Okay. So, at this point in time, I think we'll be ending it for the night. I have to do something with the cat. And thank you all for coming, and peace.